makers are pretentious, if we're being completely honest.
Oh, absolutely pretentious, yes.
But that's why you should always buy cider from Murder Barn Cidery, which is not pretentious at all, because it's my basement.
I like the words that you said.
Those were
Murder
good
Barn
words.
Cidery.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, give to me, please. Yes.
Will and I made a cider press out of a 12-ton jack, like just a regular press. But it looks like a guillotine. So there's this, when you go into our basement, there's this thing with a wooden block on it, and it's just this big 12-ton press with a handle on the side of it, and it fully looks like something out of Saw.
I love this.
Well,
We've made very good cider from it. It's just for squishing apples.
It's just totally just for apples. Nothing else. Nothing else.
Totally normal.
We need to show you Behind the Mask, The Rise of Leslie Vernon.
Yes.
Because that is all I can think of when you are describing your apple press and how that is used in that movie.
It's such a good movie.
Sounds amazing.
It's such a good movie. We got engaged to that movie.
That was your choice, yes. It was very cute. Right before the murders started, it was very sweet.
Gotta set a precedent, right?
Of course, absolutely.
It's like a kind of a parody or / love letter to like those classic slasher movies where a documentary crew follows around the next spree killer Leslie Vernon who's following in the footsteps of like Jason and Michael Myers and Freddy, as he's like, yeah, this is how I'm going to do it. And it's like, this is a normal thing. So he's taking them through the process of how the magic works.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it. It's very entertaining and very good.
It's so good.
It's really good.
And with that, I think it is time for me to introduce tonight's stream as we are talking about Murder Barn Cider and other horror-based things. So, hi, we are live from the Apocalypse. We are a not-for-profit TTRPG studio that raises money for progressive causes and aid organizations. Currently, we are raising money for Rainbow Railroad, the Canada branch. We raised $1,000 for the United States branch. Now we've moved over to Canada. They are an incredible organization that help LGBT people get to safer locations, especially currently trans people who are in need of that. So if you are able to donate, what will happen at that point is that the McElroy brothers will yell at me. So please choose the most dramatic moment for my character that you can. That way I'm completely thrown off. The cast is also, as I always invite them, welcome to scream along so that I am not alone in hearing this. We can all join in, especially in a horror game like tonight's game. Now, if you want to find out how to donate, you find that right where you would usually subscribe. You want to find the subscribe button, that's going to be a little bit trickier. We have made that very difficult because we would rather you give any money that you would give through subscriptions or bits or anything else directly to Rainbow Railroad because they will get it directly. We will not lose money to Jeff Bezos. Everybody wins. If you are bound and determined to subscribe, we cannot stop you. However, please be aware that if you manage to track down that button,
you are a sick son of a
Gonna kill
that
that
is
dog.
exactly what will happen, as you are seeing right now.
All the bad guys.
Dogs will die. Brennan Lee Mulligan will kill one dog for every month that you have been subscribed. So, decide whether you can live with yourself for that. If you can, you are a monster. I may forgive you.
Those poor puppies.
Those poor
dogs.
puppies.
And with that, I think I have gone over all of the housekeeping, which means it is time, before we move officially into the game, for some brief introductions from each of the players, and then our special GM for the evening, GMing for her first time on stream. But before we get to her, you are up first. Would you tell us who you are playing, and what archetype you are playing?
Oh my goodness. I didn't know we were doing this today. I'm so unprepared. Hi, I'm Q, found on the internet at Midnight Inc. That's Midnight_INQ. Q is my name. I'm sure you get it. Man, I haven't said that in a minute. I am playing Magnus or Maggie, and we're playing the Fallen archetype. Don't worry, big deal. Everything's fine here.
Absolutely love to see it. JT.
Me? Hi everyone. I'm JT. You can find me all over the internet at WeebG, wherever we're hanging out these days on social media, also on Discord that way. Tonight I will be playing Damien, who is using the Byronic archetype.
Beautiful. Oh shit, I'm next. I didn't even think of that. Hi, I am JD. I can be found on the internet at JD, not Jason Dean. And tonight I am playing Percy Von Essen, and he is the Haunted. And Della.
Hello, I'm Della. You can find me on our Discord or on Blue Sky at Derla Kernlands. And tonight I will be playing the Tyrant, the Butler, Faintree.
We love to see it so much.
Do we love
I
to
was
see
going to
it?
say the sigh from Maggie. And last but not least, Steph.
Hi, I'm Stephanie. I'll be running this little one shot, and I will be playing the estate of Ravenheim along with all the crows that live there too, and everyone else at the party. It'll be fine. Normal party.
I feel very convinced that this will be a very, very normal party.
It's a normal
I trust
memorial.
this.
Yeah.
And so with that, Steph, I am going to turn the reins over to you as we start Raefenheim.
Oh boy. Alrighty. So Ravenheim is based off of literary Gothic fiction and romance and horror. So to start it off, it comes with a little poem to set the mood. In far off land of slate black sky, the Countess in her castle died, 11 years since her last time within the walls of Ravenheim. Corvina's death a mystery, though few would call it tragedy. In life her love was e'er reserved for her beloved black-winged birds. In every chamber, room, and hall of Ravenheim, you'll hear their call. And Ravenheim sits over a forested hill, the tallest hill in this area. The sky, it's dark. The sun is setting because it's soon to be time for a party. A little unusual, the party. There's been talk of it in the town of Careshire. It sits on the other side of the forest below the hill. And the unusualness is not that it's being held in memory of the late Countess, but more it's the first ball being held for her 11 years after her demise. Set some tugs wagging. It's brought curious visitors to the castle, which is interesting for the staff, as there have been no visitors on the late Countess's demands in her will for these 11 years. Lonely up there in the castle, maybe. But now, those who received an invitation and those who are curious, those who reside in the village, all are welcome to attend. No one is to be turned away. This is a night of celebrating a life that very few understood or knew well, for the Countess stayed closed off. Now, the carriages, the horses, they wind up the path through the forest and the hill, up to the ramparts of Ravenheim, through the arched gate, into the cobblestone courtyard, with the ivy climbing the interior rampart walls, giving it an overgrown vibe. There's a great oak in the center, branches stretching high. Could be as old as the castle itself, though the castle is made up of different parts now. the original structure.
Yeah,
the
just
northern
fucking
wing of the
grip it,
castle
grip it, baby.
Not
Slop that down, dude.
use much
Shit,
to
yeah, dude. Crack
western
one for the
and eastern
big boy.
wings, the southern wings. They're much more populated, as populated as it can be with the remnants of the family that still reside there. But the ballroom has been cleaned, the food has been prepared, overseen by Faintree, the butler. And Della, if you'd like to introduce and describe Faintree.
Faintree is in his late 50s or perhaps his early 60s. He has been retainer of the estate since he was a boy. Faintree stands at about 6'2", or rather to say he looms. He's thin as a rake. You've never seen him eat. You've never seen him drink. You assume he takes food and sustenance, but the man has about as much blood in him as a twig. And he commands the house with an iron air.
What would the estate be without its loyal butler?
Fallen to ruin, I'm certain.
Certain. Perhaps, though that would depend on the current master of Raefenheim. JD, is Percy with Faintree at the moment?
I don't think Percy is with Faintree. I think he is taking some time to himself before the guests arrive.
What does Percy look like?
Percy actually stands about as tall as Faintree, but you would never know that because he slouches all of the time. Despite how many times Faintree has reminded him to stand up straight, he still hunches. And so he looks like several inches shorter, but is in fact not. He has never stopped wearing all black since the Countess's death. He is still in mourning garb, dressed in black from head to toe. His hair has streaks of white in it, which is strange because he is only 22 years old, 11 when the Countess died, 11 years since her death.
Seems like the new count is under a lot of pressure. Interesting. And the other two members of the family of Von Essen, though they don't use the last name. Q and JT, did your characters arrive separately? Or together?
Most certainly separately.
And did you arrive the day before, since you are family, or did you choose to arrive the day of the party?
Oh, darling, I'm probably not even here yet.
Fashionably late. And describe Magnus, Q? What is he up to at this moment?
Magnus is currently, we'll say, pre-gaming. He stands at about 6 foot. How tall is Faintree again?
How tall is Faintree?
Are you going to insist on making sure that you are taller than him?
I would never.
Yeah, he's six. He's like 6'2".
Got it.
So he's tall, but there are taller people exist.
Absolutely. Magnus is also 6'2". Has been for quite some time, and yes.
Do you think that perhaps whenever we're around one another, we contrive to stand a little bit taller up on our toes, like
correct,
so that we can look down our noses at one another appropriately?
Absolutely, and he will absolutely see if you've started to develop that hunch that comes with age. But knowing you have a rod somewhere that keeps your spine straight, so I suppose not. How very good for you. Magnus, or Maggie, as he is affectionately called by his friends, which he has many. On the surface, looks all well put together, but you can see small details of his attire. The shirt's not quite crisp and white enough. He's not shaved. His hair is growing out. There are bits of gray. But mostly the personality sort of covers all of that, so you can't really see. And, he's the life of the party. So everything's fine. Don't even worry about it.
Don't worry. And was the Countess his older sister or his younger sister?
Older.
I figured.
Older. Mm-hmm.
That tracks.
And
JT, where is Damien at this moment?
Damien is just arriving. Best to arrive early than on time, but not too early as to be seen as one of the family. Damien, I feel weird that I'm about to say a regular person height and not 6'2". Damien's an oddball, let's say.
Takes after his mom. Their mom.
He's a stark and regular 5'7". Looks maybe to the keen eye a little more put together than their father. Slicked back black hair, dark emerald green suit coat and pants over a floral golden vest and black gloves, has taken to sort of a more gentlemanly kind of dress, and is arriving early to case the house and see if he can be met with old cousin Percy.
So an early arrival from Damien. I assume Faintree is the one greeting the guests as they arrive in the entry hall.
I think probably it would, only if Percy refused. Because Faintree would very much have been having a conversation with Percy beforehand. Saying, it would be more appropriate for you to greet the guests rather than myself. I can open the door, but you should be there. Is this acceptable to you?
Of course, that's what one does. That is what my mother would have done.
And do you think, perhaps, that you could prevent through some manner the birds from engaging too personally with the guests?
Why would that be a problem?
They do crap everywhere, Percy. They're birds. We appreciate them, but there's only so much that can be done with the level of staffing we have at the house of keeping up after them.
That's not their fault, though.
It's not the fault of the birds, precisely. Neither is it your fault. I understand this. I am simply asking if you would be so good as to perhaps entreat them or provide them with, I don't know, biscuits or something, and perhaps they would go elsewhere.
Several birds are already crouched on the windowsill, just preening.
Just sort of narrows his eyes at them, but does not make any moves.
The crows are unbothered.
I mean, I can ask them. I can always ask them. They might listen.
Might is better than I would be able to do. So thank you very much, Percy. Oh, I must go. Abigail's calling, and she's fretful.
And Percy will walk over to the birds and invite one of them to hop onto his hand.
Kind of feathers and gives a little squawk and then just alights. A little bit of weight because it's not a small crow. Just kind of cocks its head, stares up at you.
I like it when you're around, but I might need to ask you to not be around for a little bit. Just a couple of hours, and I'll give you. What would you like? Is there anything you would like? I can give you something if you'd like that.
Just kind of ruffles.
And he stares down at the bird and then nods and whispers, I'll have something special for you.
Kind of like preens against your hand, and then one on the windowsill is already kind of got the latch on the window and its beak and is pushing it open for the rest to fly out around the castle. You have to make an appearance to greet the guests, of course.
And Percy watches them go. A little sadly. He would have liked them there.
Well, Percy would know there's never a lack of crows at Ravenheim, even if they're out of sight. Whether that gives him comfort or not.
Oh,
Maybe tonight's a little different.
It gives him a lot of comfort.
The corridor outside your room is lit with the candle, the sconces on the walls. The warm glow kind of cuts through the shadows, almost invitingly, kind of also almost an invitation for Percy, almost like it's asking, are you coming?
And Percy walks over and rests his hand on the door frame and just listens to the house for a moment.
The hall is quiet. There's the distant sounds of a door closing, probably a servant who's forgotten one last minute thing or is checking up on to make sure everything is perfect. The distant murmur of voices down from the entryway. The estate has been quiet for so long that it feels like noise carries easily, almost as if the house is breathing it in and finding its life again, strengthening its heartbeat in a way. It's a sound you haven't heard in quite some time. Does it feel welcoming to Percy?
It feels unsettling to Percy. Percy isn't sure what that is going to mean. He likes the idea of the house being replenished in some way, but he doesn't know what that will mean for other inhabitants in the house and subsequently for him.
Fair. Does Percy arrive in the foyer before or after Damien steps in to be greeted?
I would say before, because Percy did let Faintree know that he would be there and be ready to greet the guests. And so he is certainly in the foyer before the door would be open for any guests that are arriving.
It's been 11 years since Percy and Faintree have seen Damien and Damien has seen them. How do they greet each other? What's that reunion look like?
How old is Damien?
I think Davian's probably a little bit older than Percy. Probably around the 26, 27, I'd say.
Does Faintree announce who is entering? I think that is the question.
I think so. Or that or another servant would. But yes, I think so.
And Damien, you changed your last name between when I last saw you and now.
That I did.
Interesting. Okay.
I think so. I think Faintree. What's your new surname?
Damien Clane.
Clane. So I think Faintree would call it Damien Clane. It's wonderful to see you.
Faintree, it's a pleasure to see you as well. Are you sure they're feeding you?
I am the one who signs the food bills, so yes.
Okay. Thinner than a rail. At least compared to the last time I saw you.
I am most glad to make your acquaintance again. Master Damien, won't you please step inside? Master Percy, I'm certain would be delighted to greet you.
Absolutely. I'm as delighted to greet you and Percival as well.
Overhead, as you step inside Damien, several crows let out a series of squawks.
These things are sent to try us.
Birds are chipper.
Mm.
They're saying hello.
Yes, they're saying hello. Speaking of, hello, Percy.
And Percy stares at you for a long moment, as though he's trying to place who you are, and then slowly nods and narrows his eyes a bit and says, Damien, I didn't realize you had changed your name.
Yes, well, made it a little easier to get the kind of work I need to get.
What?
Unlike my father, I have decided to move on.
Hmm.
I see.
Speaking of, my father, is the old goat here yet?
I cannot say that I have seen him, though. And Percy looks over at Faintree and says, he's on the guest list, right?
Yes, he is, and I have been instructed by your mother's will that no one is to be turned away, and therefore Magnus Cooper, I'm sure, will be in attendance.
I am sure he will. And I'm sure that will go well. Won't it, Damien?
I don't see why not.
I don't either.
My oh my, you have really sprouted up. What's with the crook in your back? Is Faintree caning you? Faintree.
Faintree would never.
You're right. With those arms, he'd break his bones before he could even get a good crack on you. Grown really tall, Percy.
Perhaps you just got smaller.
Clever. Oh, how 11 years does to the wit. Huh?
Was that witty?
You don't know? What are they teaching you in this house?
So many interesting things.
Right, I bet. And you're keeping to the birds as well, I see.
Of course. They live here. This is their home as much as it is mine.
Of course.
There are a great deal of hors d'oeuvres and drinks being passed around in the grand ballroom if Master Damien would choose to engage in a different form of repast.
Faintree, please. You've known me almost all my life. Just Damien's fine.
Yes, and as I've known you almost all your life, I know you will find the past hors d'oeuvres in the ballroom most delectable, and I suggest you go there.
I'll have meander about, find my way there. And Damien will do a very lavish bow to Faintree and then just give Percy a clap on the back. And will meander off into the home.
It's got quite a nice vest.
Amazing.
It's the best, of course. Of course.
Of course.
That is all.
But as Damien walks down the hall, you can hear the music from the band. That's the musicians playing in the ballroom, the murmur of voices. Do they go to the ballroom directly?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where do they go?
Here, there, bedrooms, studies.
Right up to the second floor? The first floor, I guess, in British terms.
Work their way around. They very clearly do not go in the direction the ballroom is. They just they'll work their way around. They're just having a gander at the old home.
The doors creak as you open them, not loudly, but more kind of in like a way that when you wake up in the morning and you just kind of stretch to make sure all your joints are still working right.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't feel unwelcoming. But I don't know how familiar it would still feel to Damien, how much they've been trying to hold on to from their memories of the house and the estate and the crows.
There was a point in their life where they would have just preferred to let it go. After everything that happened with the Countess's death, but now that they are returning, they are attempting to sort of grasp those memories back as to recall the layout of the home.
And the house, it opens itself up. The rooms have been cleaned and lit for the guests where the guests are expected to go. Though I'm sure if you're going further up the stairs, the rooms are darker. There's a sense of disuse about certain rooms. There's only Percy of the family that lives here, and Faintree is a distant relation, but it's mainly the servants. Again, no guests the past 11 years, so while clean, because of course the estate is going to be maintained, there is almost a loneliness that as you step through each room, you can kind of feel slowly start to peel away with each step you take.
Damien will sort of run their hand on the wall as they walk and whisper to themselves, "You poor thing."
The floorboards groan underfoot. It's not an unpleasant sound. Almost like a murmur.
Yeah, they'll continue to peek in rooms. They'll skip Percy's room, though, very specifically.
Polite.
Of course.
So I don't know how many crows could be in there right now, since Percy does care for the crows. more guests are arriving at the party. There's Bridget Greenwood. She's sort of the town wise woman and midwife, cunning folk they were called at the time. She used to be a frequent visitor up at the castle before the Countess's death. Though what she and the Countess discussed in private, none can really say, but she's in attendance with her child, August Greenwood, which Percy and Faintree would recognize, and maybe Damien would recognize if they had stayed in the foyer or gone to the ballroom. They're dressed nicely, as nicely as they can be. They are not a wealthy family, but they make a decent living in the town. August is taking after their mother's trade, and it's a pretty. Did you have an image in mind of August, JD?
I saw August as, well, I guess as Percy last saw them, which was when they were both 11. But at that time, they were both like gangly kids, contrasted to Percy's dark hair and very fair skin. I saw August as a bit more tan with lighter brown hair, um, enjoying clothing that could easily be moved around in.
And it seems August has still maintained that even with their formal wear. They're not as tall as you, but taller. They've gotten some muscle on them, what with work they do. And their mother getting older, they do a lot more lifting and more of the heavy work around the house. But they both greet you politely, and August is just like it's been a very long time. You both look well, Mr. Faintree. Count von Essen.
You don't have to call me that, August. It's so good to see you. And I think Percy completely breaks decorum and goes and hugs August.
August looks very relieved at that because the polite greeting, it was definitely sitting weird on them. So this is just like, oh, thank God. And just returns the hug. And it's just like, that no disrespect, no disrespect. That's, you're Percy. You're Percy to me. Sorry. This is, don't hate me, Faintree. Hello. I tried. And Bridget kind of pats their arm. It's just like, it was a good effort. Good effort. She just nods her head.
We appreciate the effort, but tonight is, of course, a party. It is meant to be a formal affair, but it is also meant to be fun and engaging for everyone. And that does mean a certain degree of informality, especially for family friends.
Yeah, of course. It's a very thoughtful gesture from the late Countess to have so many people celebrate her in this way. And Bridget just kind of pats his arm again, but more with a let's not elaborate because you might say something that could be misconstrued. And it's just like she was a very private woman, but she managed in her own way. And I'm grateful for the invitation we received. And I believe the widow McAllister will be in attendance tonight as well. She is eager to see the goings on at the estate. She kind of gives a subtle look to Faintree.
Faintree reveals nothing and simply nods and says, "Yes, I do believe she is going to attend tonight. I believe much of the town will be attending. If you would be interested, there is past hors d'oeuvres and drinks in the ballroom. And of course, the musicians are very fine."
Bridget kind of laughs. She's like, so fancy. I think I will try one of these hors d'oeuvres before they're all out for the night. She just kind of holds her arm out to August and he takes his mother's arm. It's just like, I'll talk to you later, Percy.
Yeah, I'll talk to you later, August. It's so good to see you again after 11 years. And then waits until August and their mom have stepped out and looks at Faintree and says, "Thank you for being understanding."
You're young, and they are young. These things are natural. Even I was young once.
That's really
Doubtful.
hard to imagine.
Is that in character? Did Magnus just arrive on that line and just that was the first word, or was that?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Magnus Cooper.
Faintree. As I live and drink. So good to see you.
I am seeing you also. Yes.
And you are Percy.
Yes.
Hi. We didn't get to interact much. It was 11 years ago. I'm sure you don't remember me.
Oh, I remember you.
Oh.
We just saw Damien earlier.
Oh, they're here. Lovely. Great. Well, this certainly is something, isn't it?
There's a flutter overhead as a cluster of crows alight on the chandelier and just kind of all peer down at Magnus.
Yes. Hello. So lovely to see all of you as well.
They tilt their heads in unison.
Mm-hmm. Nope. Definitely not creepy at all.
That's
Even
not
after
creepy.
all these years.
It's not. I don't know why people say that.
Like, ooh, you are much like my sister. And that is, if I'll be honest, terrifying. So, where are the festivities being held?
Oh, the ballroom.
Oh, yes, that's fine. The place where it's less likely for there to be bird shit everywhere. Wonderful. You are still standing tall, Faintree, and that is commendable, honestly. I was certain old age would have you hunched over.
And I was certain that you would eventually stand up after making most of your career on your back. Good day.
Oh, darling, I do my best work lying down, and that is honestly commendable. You might not see it that way, you know. Anyway, not the point. Scathing remarks aside, it is so good to see the mansion is still standing. So, I best be off. I'm sure you have more people to say hello to awkwardly.
Have an evening.
You as well. There's, of course, that moment where Magnus moves past and just checks. Just gotta check. Maybe it's been 11 years. Maybe you've lost an inch.
I think the main thing, like, there's a second where you're like, maybe, but you realize just that his hair is thinning a little bit.
And I'm bald, so there's no fight there, I suppose.
In some ways, in that case, you've already won. Faintree is still fighting. Faintree is still fighting. You can tell Faintree is still fighting.
Holding on to it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. All you hear is wisps. That's all Magnus says. Wisps. Should really let it go. and then just walks up.
Somehow, like you can't see, just looking back at him, somehow he has contrived to be even more rigid and tense
It's like
after you
stone.
say that.
The whole body's tight.
Ah.
Magnus, do you go to the ballroom?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yes.
I'm here
Okay.
to socialize.
Yeah, of course.
Mhm.
As you go down the corridor, it's quite well lit. Some crows are kind of walking along the very upper, much towards the ceiling, where there's a bit of a ledge before it curves into the arch of the corridor hall. They're just kind of like hopping after you and just kind of watching with kind of curiosity and not hostility, but more just assessing.
Of course. I'm gonna offer my glass.
One of them kind of swoops down and perches on your hand. Just kind of looks at the
Mhm.
glass, looks at you, and just keeps looking at you as it very slowly sticks its beak in the glass. Just kind of swishes it around.
It's good, yeah. I promise. Anyway, so good to see you again. Well, one of you. I've forgotten all of your names. I used to know them, but it's been a while.
Kind of gives you a
Are you
little
gonna?
peck on the
Uh-huh.
thumb, and almost in reproachment, but not enough to hurt. Just kind of a like, hey,
Right.
come on.
It's like, listen, there are so many of you, and I've been drunk since then.
Just kind of
Yeah,
makes a little
still
sound.
just lightly pet
Just
the
kind of, it
bird.
preens. It takes another like shoves its head in your glass
Yes,
again. So there's going to be at least one drunk crow tonight, which is very important.
fantastic.
Probably going to
And
cause more
then,
issues for Faintree, but you know, there's one drunk crow.
which we do love that so much.
It's probably
Uh,
not the first time there's been a drunk crow in Ravenheim. Let's be real.
That's how you know that Magnus is there. That's how you know
Yeah,
Maggie's there. It's
when
fine.
Maggie's here. Well, some of the crows are drunk. Maggie's home. Like,
Well, sometimes they follow me to the pub, you know.
they can fly anywhere.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, and you do see already a number of people have arrived since you were fashionably late.
Of
You
course.
see the Greenwoods. You see the familiar faces of the Lords Montgas. You see unfamiliar faces too. There's some nouveau riche gentlemen, very new money. Nathaniel Cartwright is very excitedly talking to some of the other guests. There is, where's the document? There it is. Lord Julian Belrose. He's old family friend. His father and your father were very close, so Julian was over a lot during your and Corvina's youth. There's also Mary Westing. She is another family friend. She was not over as much, but she is there. She's kind of aged gracefully. She's gone all white already, but it suits her. She suits her complexion quite well, and she's got it ornamented up with lots of hair ornaments. She's making it work. Um, you probably wouldn't know him, but Father Germain does attend. He's the young priest from the town, so his garb would give him away. He's got some wine, no strong liquor, but he is politely talking.
Excellent. So I know who to avoid.
Not the priest,
Um,
yep.
yeah. Listen, this sinner knows, the devil's got his number. We don't need to have a talk with the father. However, you said new money, younger gentleman.
Yep.
I would love to merge new money with old money. We would love for that to be a thing.
Yeah.
So I am absolutely going to make my way over there.
And I'm sure there's some recognition on some of the people Nathaniel is talking to, and one of them kind of leans in and whispers in his ear, and he immediately like pivots and he's got a drink in one hand. He's just like, oh, hello, the prodigal brother. I'm Nathaniel Cartwright. It's such a pleasure to meet you.
Likewise, Magnus, Cooper, but you can call me Maggie, all of my friends do.
Oh, thank you.
Or,
This estate is beautiful. What was it like to grow up in this place? Were the crows always here?
oh, always.
Just
And,
inside?
oh, yes, absolutely. They are strange bedfellows. Well, strange companions, I suppose, but they are, well, they're here, aren't they?
Yeah. Is this a family custom, or is it like a country custom? I'm new to the area. I'm just traveling,
Ah,
making my way around,
oh,
doing
of course. Well,
sightseeing, doing a tour.
so very glad that you could join us. Um, it's a family tradition.
Oh, I see.
Ravenheim, you get it, I'm sure.
I would have
You
expected
see,
ravens, but
yes,
same
well,
family, I suppose.
oh, yes, no, there were, our family's big on corvids. My middle name is Rook. So,
Fascinating.
mm,
What? I must say, it is. Sorry, I'm very new. I've just heard a lot of talk and gossip, of course, but it
of course.
to have a party 11 years after my condolences, of course, after her passing. It Do you know why your late sister would have requested that?
I'll be absolutely honest. I didn't know why my sister did much of anything, but it generally turned out to be correct.
She's a very mysterious lady. I
Unfortunately,
got that.
she is. You received an invitation.
Oh, no, I was traveling and sightseeing in the area, and I was passing through the town, and I heard talk of this party opened to all who wish to attend, and it was very unusual. And curiosity's sake, I figure I'd pay my respects and see what the talk was all about.
Uh, well, I'm sure that you are certainly in for a treat.
I,
My sister's eccentricities are boundless, and I'm sure that goes even beyond the grave.
is your estate haunted?
You'll have to find out. Stick with me. I'll keep you safe. No worries.
I feel more welcomed already.
Wonderful. Oh, tell me about yourself, and I'm just gonna chit
Yeah.
chat with him.
Oh,
Small
yeah.
talk. Don't even worry about it.
He is very happy to stay at your side and just talk. He loves to hear what's been going on. He loves hearing all the gossip. He loves sharing it, how he got into money, which he made some lucky investments, um, got wealthy. And yeah, he's
Oh,
very excited to see you moving around and meeting people you know and just learning more about the history of this place from you.
I will absolutely, and introduce him to any and everyone that will take my, I can take the ear off. Be like, hey, have you met Nathaniel? Or what's his name? It wasn't Nathaniel. I've already forgotten his name. It was Nathaniel, right?
Yeah, or Cartwright. Last name works too.
Right. All right, Nathaniel. No, it's fine. We're on first name basis. Obviously, we're
Of course.
friends.
He looks like flattered and just excited.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very green around the ears. He's just having a great time.
Love that for both of us.
I think there was definitely a vibe of the people as they settled into the ballroom and mingle, just not sure what the mood of the party is, but as no one seems to be stopping them from having a good time, it's starting to relax, and
Yeah,
the ballroom's
I'm
kind of like
here now.
glowing with the light. Yeah, Magnus
Yeah,
is at
I'm
the
here
party.
now. It's time to party. Everybody have a good time with Maggie. It's fine.
The wind around the house, it's almost like a sigh, just a relaxing sigh from around the ballroom. As the sun sinks lower and the clouds build up outside. Could rain later, maybe. And Percy, this is a party for your late mother. Were you going to say a few words at all? Or were you just not going to worry about that and let people vibe?
What were Faintree's thoughts on that?
Faintree would probably have encouraged it and would have spent several weeks providing you with books and tutors and examples and various things of how to make this appropriate, the absolute, the just the done thing for high society. Because in some ways, Faintree has been kind of treating this almost as almost like you're like stepping out, like your introduction to society a little bit. So he wants to make sure you have every possible resource at your disposal. You know, we will make certain that whatever speech you give is excellent, perfect.
And I think the answer is yes, Percy is going to say some words.
Before that, Damien, was there anyone you were hoping to see on the castle staff or at the party that could maybe you were looking to touch base with on information and the goings on?
Yeah. There's an old cook in the back who was around when Damien was young, and they've sort of kept in touch, shared in the business ventures of the time, and have conciled to meet here. So Damien would have eventually made their way around to the kitchen.
And it is a flurry of activity, but the staff they're prepared for tonight. They've got the menu in place. Everything is on track. And let's say it takes a moment for people to notice you're there just because they are constant motion. They're on their task. They're like focused. But the cook's Molly, she looks up and she says, Master Damien, it's been so long. And she just kind of dusts her hands off on her apron and then just kind of goes over to greet you just with a handshake, just like, you look well.
Damien would pull one of the black gloves off to shake her hand before slipping it back on. It has been some time indeed. You don't have to with all the master stuff back here. When we're in the presence of Faintree, probably ought to, but for now, just Damien is fine.
He's got the front of house. We've got the back of house. There's no worry there. How have you been?
I have been well. I have been very well, and I'm even better now that I'm here and seeing the house again after so long. So tell me, what's going on?
Oh, there's been such a hubbub about this party. It's all the town's been talking about whenever I go to market these days. Just everyone's asking, like, what's the deal with the party? I'm just like, it's a memorial party, I suppose. A happy one. Who knows why the Countess, God rest her soul, did what she did and made the choices she did. It's very, very private, that one. But I think there's quite a number of attendants, just out of curiosity.
There are a few, indeed. I find it best not to dwell on the eccentricities of our family. We all have something, right? And my thing tonight is that Percy needs a nice, successful stepping out into the light of being the Count. I need a nice, successful night of collecting rings and necklaces and other shiny baubles.
And Molly just kind of laughs. She's like, oh, I'm sure you're not talking about the guests, Master Damien.
Of course not.
course not.
The crows would have my head.
Of course. The crows might have your head regardless, depending on what exactly you wind up taking. I'd tread carefully if I were you.
Well, see, that's what I was hoping you could help me with. If you could just tell me where the non-attached, loose things are.
Oh, dear. They be. Well, obviously, the Countess's prized possessions are still safely locked away under Percy and Faintree's Faintree's in particular, very thorough gaze. Well, there's the unattached baubles and such. They haven't changed her room, God rest her soul. But I believe there was some items moved to some storage, and the ones that were too fine to be stored properly, I believe, should still be in her room. Again, Master Percy hasn't changed his room at all. They've kept it just so. It will be locked.
Lock is not a problem.
Master Damien, what have you been up to in the city?
You know, I can't talk about that here, but if you want to come find me later, I'm sure there are plenty of private nooks and crannies we can go discuss business with. For now, I'm quite interested in whether or not Percy needs to take a step away from the party. I appreciate you very much.
Oh, you were always so sweet, Master Damien. It is good to see you back again. She just kind of unconsciously, kind of touches her hair and just brushes it back. She's like, I believe, well, he's supposed to give a sort of welcoming speech at the start, and then who knows how often he'll mingle. He's always, well, it is hard to gauge what his interest in society will be like. He has not left the castle these 11 years. Poor thing. Can't be easy on him, but I suppose tonight is sort of a testing ground of sorts. Faintree has been very thorough in trying to prepare him for it, as you can imagine.
Oh, absolutely. Seems like he's almost working himself thin, the poor thing.
Yes, very hard worker. Tater.
Well, it would be proper for me to be around for Percy's speech, and I'm sure he will want emotional support from someone who knows what it's like afterwards. So I will go make my official appearance in the ballroom.
So sweet.
With you later.
A few baubles that are, of course. You take care, Master Damien. I'll see you later tonight.
I'll see you. And Denny will bow and turn and make their way to the ballroom.
There's this bit of a sharp squawk as you enter the hallway, and there's just a crow kind of perched over the doorway to the kitchen, just staring at you.
I'm not going to take any of your stuff. Relax.
It's just locked on, just watching. But it doesn't attack you. It doesn't make a move to stop you. It's just watching.
What? My honesty doesn't buy me a little leeway? Okay.
Ballroom. Percy. Are you in the ballroom yet? Have you made your entrance? Are you trying to prepare for your entrance?
Percy is preparing for his entrance.
Oh, and it looks like we got a request for a character fact from Matt.
Yeah, so yes, Q, would you like to give us a character fact before we dive into whatever will happen? No, Q, you're muted.
I knew that. I was testing you. Let's see. There was a comment about, Maggie making his money lying on his back, which is mostly true. So he did get it out of love. Like, after he left the estate, he was married. Had a very happy marriage. Did the man happen to be rich? Yes, of course. But, that's neither here nor there. Yes,
so-
Mr. Cooper was a good man.
Oh. Oh, good for Maggie. Love that. Percy, as you're getting Percy, as you're working up the nerve to go out there and talk to a big crowd of people that you have not seen potentially ever, uh, no pressure. A gentleman walks up to you, and you would recognize him as Lord Julian Belrose, a family friend. You didn't have a lot of contact with him. He was a fairly frequent visitor to the castle when you were a child. He always brought some little like toys for you and August and Damien, or books or just trinkets, like something kids would like when he visited. He was always friendly. He's a tall gentleman, very finely dressed. He's got the salt and pepper hair and a close cropped beard, and he just goes over to you and is just like, Count Percy, Percival, to make a speech, I'm taking it.
Yes, Lord Belrose, it's good to see you.
Yes, you've grown up well. Your mother would be very proud.
That is all I strive for each and every day.
You're doing all right there. I know this is a big ask for someone who's lived alone.
Oh, I'm fine. I've been preparing for this.
Oh, yes, I'm sure Faintree's had you doing the laps and the paces and the breathing exercises and what else the man could think of. Very thorough, that butler. Very lucky your family acquired him. Always a good sort. But just breathing is important, and there's no need to rush it. Just say what feels right. That's all that really matters. It's all that your mother would have wanted. It is. And he just kind of gives a sigh and just kind of like looks around. It's just like it does still feel like she would step through that door any moment. I thought time would numb that sensation, but it still feels like she's here in a way. And I suppose with her family, she is.
Yes, I mean, I haven't seen her.
I wouldn't expect you to see her. I would hope you wouldn't see her. The implications of that, well, he just kind of covers a laugh, but there is an unsettledness to it that he just covers out of politeness. It's just like, well, there's a comfort to feeling like our loved ones are nearby. And I'm sure whatever you say will. It's hard to say. Will make her happy. Very private woman. She would approve of. So, and he kind of claps your shoulder. She's like, good luck out there.
Thank you, Lord Belrose. This has been helpful. Thank you.
If all else fails, look out the window. I'm sure you'll find a crow to focus on somewhere.
Oh, I don't think I have to look out the windows.
Oh, and the ballroom too.
Gestures above.
Yep. And there are several just perched around, and he's just like, yep. He just kind of gives a wave and is just like, I'll leave it to you then, Count.
And Percy takes a few more moments and then walks through the door. And with the estate's permission, I think what draws attention to him as he walks in is the fact that several crows come and alight on his shoulders.
Yeah, that would certainly draw attention. I'm not going to even make you roll for that because the crows are very, very kind of noticeable, and no one else is walking around with crows on them. So yeah, there is the voices kind of fall to a murmur, and the attention like ripples out across the people gathered there, and heads are turning in your direction, and just almost an expectation of the count is going to speak.
Do you want me to roll for this, Steph?
Yeah, let's give a roll. So there are 3 traits: curious, courteous, and courageous. I'm gonna have you roll courageous. I think that makes sense for Percy.
Okay.
So roll a number of dice equal to the number you've assigned to that trait. Tell me what you got.
Oh boy, the dice are telling a story tonight.
Oh, what story are they telling?
That was Snake Eyes.
Oh, Percy. Yeah, so yeah, your action fails.
Can I?
Oh
Ooh,
man.
Who can I help? Ooh, can I? Sorry, hold on. Can I help myself?
Help yourself? Yeah, if you
Yeah.
want.
Fantastic. All right, so I see Percy starting to tank like immediately. Like there's the I imagine.
Yeah, he doesn't even
freeze
get
up.
words out. He like prepares to speak and then just looks at all of the people, and like his already pale face just drains of color, and you see he is absolutely choking.
And
Gotcha.
rather than laughing at you, the crows that are perched on you kind of just start curling around you, kind of like they would with like a chick or an egg they're trying to keep warm. I don't know if it's helping. Maybe it's helping Percy. It's not helping his image right now. It's making it a little weirder, honestly. They're like, just like his mom. Okay.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for joining us for this celebration of my dear sister, Covina Essen. Everyone, we would like to thank the Count, Percival, and, of course, the ever-vigilant Faintree for hosting this event. We do hope that you all enjoy the festivities. For those that knew her, that you remember the good times or the strange ones. Either are interesting. And for those who did not know her, listen to the stories, and you'll find that she is there within those words. To Corvina.
And the people raise their glass, the murmur of to Corvina. There's some soft sounds from the crows on Percy and the ones that are outside the window, and the ones who have crept up on the balcony that is on the 2nd floor that overlooks the ballroom. Damien, did you go down into the ballroom proper to join, or were you on the balcony overlooking?
Damien's in the ballroom proper.
Ballroom.
Probably close to the front, looking at Percy as to avoid having to glare at the old goat.
Fair. And as everyone raises their glass and they take a drink, the clocks around the house and in the ballroom strike 9, and the bells ring, and they ring, and they stutter. The chime shakes, it trembles, and if anyone was watching the grand clock in the ballroom, the hands of the clock pop off and clatter to the ground. Those in other rooms with clocks, probably the servants at this point, would also hear the sound of the bells jangling and stuttering and the hands of the clocks falling. And outside, there is the distant rumble of thunder, the wind picks up. One of the windows gutters open as several crows fly in from the outside, circling up overhead. The candles bank, dim, going almost dark. And for anyone looking up at the balcony, probably Percy. Maybe also Magnus, having just given the toast. For a moment, it seems like there's a woman standing up there. You think it's a woman. It's hard to tell with the black veil that is draped over her from head to toe. But they stand at the railing, their hands gloved in lace, fingers curling over the edge as they're leaning down. The crows fly past them into the hallway that's dark upstairs. And as they fly past in a blink, the figure's gone. The wind eases a bit and the candles stop guttering, they reflame. The ballroom seems as it was, except for the broken clock standing.
Right, well, we'll get this fixed for just a moment. Faintree, like, moves almost as soon as things touch the floor, is, like, moving along the walls, like, with a sort of a lupine stride as he goes along the edges of the room to sort of round up a bunch of servants, like calling the groundskeeper. We'll need some quite strong people to lift these things, and like to basically clear away the mess and set everything right again.
Yeah, and one of the valets, Paul, he's just like, Faintree, this wasn't the only clock that broke. The one in the kitchen broke. The one in the, as I was passing in the parlor's broken too. Why are all the clocks broken?
I don't know.
Was it the crows? Do you think it was the crows?
I very much doubt it was the crows. If the crows wanted to ruin things, they would crap on the guests. They wouldn't break the clocks. They've honestly been on their best behavior, which is strange. And he like looks at one, narrows his eyes at it, and sort of like does one of these.
Kind of spreads its wings and just kind of screeches at you, but it doesn't fly at you. It's kind of like, you know, like, hey,
I'm watching you.
I'm watching you too.
I'm watching you. No, I am the one watching.
3 more join it and just also start posturing. Just they got their wings just up and are watching, almost like owls. It's a little unsettling to see crows start behaving a little like owls. Like, this is not right. Owls are a little creepy on their own when they start doing that. Crows doing that? That's weird.
I'm not going to have this argument with you again. And Faintree will turn back to the valley's name, or I don't know if we said
Paul.
So turn back to Paul and say, I don't know what's going on, but let's get everything settled as best we can in all of the rooms where there are guests. We'll get everything settled and get everything fixed up. Perhaps the last time we had the springs, we had someone buy to wind the springs in the clocks.
Probably too tight. Yeah,
wound them too tight. Perhaps exactly.
Yeah, because we did it to all the clocks. That makes sense. Okay, yeah,
yes.
Perfectly a rational explanation. Thank you.
Perfectly rational explanation.
Yep,
rational.
I'm gonna get some more help on this. We'll fix it. It'll be fixed fast. Don't worry. And just sweating, nervous. He just takes off to get more help to fix the clocks.
Full flop sweat.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's just like, oh no, something went wrong. This is the worst thing. Just immediately.
Fantree's going to look at the crows and just be like, "Did you do this? Did you?"
They look insulted. They just kind of like,
due diligence. I had to check.
One of them just craps on the floor.
Oh, you
stares you down the whole time.
Petty. The absolute pettiness.
These are petty fucking birds when they want to be.
So Faintree's going to clean that up before he goes back to the party.
Of course, like any good butler. In the meanwhile, working sort of in tandem, though this is not a conscious thing. Maggie just knows better. He gets the attention of the band, the orchestra,
Oh yeah,
to start playing.
that's what they're here to do. Probably not the first time they've encountered something dramatic. Maybe not this dramatic, but they're like, it's a win. We're just gonna start playing. As far as they know, a clock broke and the window bust open. And they just started.
But there were birds, there were crows. They were being weird. Magnus makes sure that they are on it, and he helps to get the party flowing again.
Right. Nathaniel's definitely very impressed with how you immediately just alter the mood. It's just like, oh my God. Just very, very impressed.
Listen, it's a very particular skill that I have acquired in my years of being amongst the people.
So you're a worldly gentleman. Oh, one day I long to be that charismatic. Experience, a lot of experience, I'm sure, to get me there.
Listen,
it's wonderful to see a master at work.
Stick with me and I'll show you the way.
And he's like more than happy to. He's just like, it's lucky no one fainted during that big dramatic moment. Last thing we need.
Listen, the night is young. There hasn't been nearly enough
me
wine.
Not jinx it.
Oh no! Listen, that's my favorite when they faint, because someone does. It's the hand on the forehead.
Oh yes, the
fall back.
Yes, I'm just glad the woman on the balcony didn't faint. That would have been something terrible.
Yes, in fact, I can tell that Damien is here.
Good Lord.
I think the lack of looking at me probably feels more. I guess like that registers more.
Maggie's used to being looked at, so if someone's not looking at him, it's like, what is that about? Yeah, that makes sense.
Purposefully not. Yes. So, you, Nathaniel, I'm running low on my drink. Why don't you go refresh it for me?
Any
I have
particular
to check on
or?
someone. No particular at all.
My pleasure, then. He will take your glass and try to track down a servant who is not frantically trying to repair everything.
Right. Of course, exactly. Thank you.
Well done.
We salute your dedication to the bit.
Incredible.
Absolutely. Ooh, that one is zingy. So yeah, and I'm gonna go over and see my child.
Magnus?
Oh, it's Magnus now, is it?
Yeah. Sorry. You got demoted a while back.
No, I suppose that's fair. You're looking well?
I hope so. My good, honest work does keep me fed.
Honest work?
More so than you, huh?
Oh, hardly.
What spiel did you tell that new money over there? Which lie did you spin?
No
the
lie.
House is haunted?
No. He came to that one on his own.
Oh, sure. Because they always do.
Of course. And what about you? What good, honest work are you in this time?
Here? The good, honest work of supporting a cousin who is having a rough time.
Right. Of course. Aren't we all? Here to support family.
Yes. Unlike you, I do not always possess an ulterior motive.
Who said I had an ulterior motive?
Maybe not with Percy, no, but that new money, that priest you're avoiding. Yeah, all of the other monies you are trying to embark upon the poor kid.
Oh, right. And you? Definitely pure in all this. You arrived before me.
No.
Where were you?
Just having a look around the old place.
Ah.
You know, sort of a
For
child.
nostalgia's sake, I'm sure.
Of course.
Stephanie.
Yes.
I have a little ability.
I was about to ask.
As the Fallen.
Fathom.
Yes, Fathom. I have a keen understanding of others. I can ask another player a question about their character's true motives within a scene.
Yep.
They must answer truthfully. If I choose to reveal this knowledge in character, the other character is surprised and a bit startled by the insight.
Yeah. So you can go ahead if you would like to use Fathom on Damien. JT can tell you what Damien's motive is, and you can decide if you want to keep that to yourself or reveal it. And you don't have to reveal it now if you don't want to.
Of course. So, JT. We're talking in the scene and also in the grand scheme of things. Has Damien's work actually been, honest and legitimate, or is it just what they're telling dear old dad to make him feel like an asshole?
Well, I suppose the best way I could put this, with regards to motivations, their motivation here is as honest as can be. They don't intend to dupe anybody in the ballroom. However, how honest can you be as a gentleman thief?
Right. Ooh, okay. In the moment, name something that Damien might have pilfered recently.
Ooh.
They wear gloves for a reason. They steal a lot of jewelry. However, there are some arm decorations that cannot necessarily be hidden by a glove, such as perhaps a watch a bit too ornate for the wrist as to fit snugly under a glove.
Gotcha. Oh. I meant to say, not really, never sure how to, but the Scarson, the watch. Some of your finest work.
Better to work while the family isn't home instead of doing it right in front of their face, like a cheat.
I mean, if that is what makes you feel better, my child, then by all means. It really is good to see you.
Try to go easy on the drink tonight. You're a terrible liar when you're drunk. And I don't know how long Nathaniel's going to buy that for.
Well, I am perfectly charming, even when I'm telling the truth. So, there's that.
I'm going to go bid my cousin a comfort, like a good family member ought to in a time like this.
Oh, of course. And then when you're done with that, you should check the study. There's some good things in there.
Good to know.
You're welcome.
Damien will awkwardly but curtly turn away from dear old dad and make their way over to Percy.
Percy is not where you last saw him. Pretty much the moment eyes were off of him and focused on, Faintree stepped away to ensure that everything was quickly taken care of, as a good butler should do. Maggie, of course, got the mood of the party back up, Percy went for the stairs to the balcony to go stand where he saw that woman standing.
And it was fairly easy for you to get there, just moving past the guests. They're already like distracted and talking, and the mood is changing. You pass by Lord Julian, and he kind of gives you like a nod of just like good effort. Like he's trying to make you feel a little better after that. Just like it was good try, good try. You pass by a gentleman with night black hair and a braid. He kind of just quietly moves out of your way and just keeps going. Mary Westing is having another drink. It's probably her fourth one by now, but it's a party, and you make your way up the stairs, and the balcony is empty, except, of course, the crows perched there. You don't see anyone standing there, and looking down the corridor, it seems darker. Maybe the wind put several candles out, but the further down you look, it just the shadows are heavier and darker, and maybe that was movement. Not sure. It's hard to make out definitions there.
I would like to walk down the dark hallway.
Of course you would. This is your house. What's gonna hurt you in your
Exactly.
house?
This is my house.
This is your place.
I would like to see what is happening in that darkness.
Yeah. And roll. Well, do you like to roll with courageous if there's something particular you're trying to find, or are you just doing a vibe check, basically?
I'll roll with courageous.
Okay. You have your crows on your shoulders still.
That is an 8.
Yay! Much better than that snake eyes. Yeah, so you are making your way quietly, but Percy only ever seems to walk quietly. I don't think he actually knows how to be loud. Down the hallway, and the shadows are stretching further and further, and the candles in the sconces have gone out, but the wind came through. That'll happen. It's very sure that can reach that far. It's fine. Some of the doors are open, and I think the thing that seems odd the most is the stillness of the corridor. The castle's been empty for a while, and you're used to the settled feeling. It has an old bones kind of feel. It's in place. It's been here for a long time. Parts of it have been here for longer. Lots of additions have been made. But this silence isn't a relaxed, comfortable silence. It is the holding of breath, like you are in the throat of something that is afraid to breathe. And you don't know what could be making that fear, because this is your home. And the crows on your shoulder, you can feel their little talons kind of dig in through your shirt more and prick your skin. And their feathers kind of rough up, like they're trying to make themselves seem bigger, but they're not leaving you. But they're concerned. They're worried. They weren't worried before. Something is happening tonight. And I think on that, we'll take a 10-minute break before the cousins reunite in the dark, dark hallway, which is a normal hallway. Because why wouldn't it be? It's a normal house. Normal party, normal
It's a regular
time.
house with regular things happening in it.
Everything's fine.
This is a party.
Yeah,
Parties are full of excitement.
This has been extremely
absolutely.
normal.
Yeah, Faintree will get the problem fixed, then he can go back to what his version of relaxing is.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Super
Doesn't
normal.
look like anyone else's version of relaxing, that's for sure.
No, it's probably
Accurate.
reading sheet music.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, no, that
Incredible.
fits. Sheet music from the Widow McAllister, maybe?
Oh.
I'm supposed to be on the sofa at this time of night. How dare I not be on the sofa? So let's have a tantrum. That's right.
Absolutely.
Let's go in the curtains and knock things over.
That's
I mean,
what
it only
Bazooka's
makes sense.
doing. That's what Zuka's doing, like, right now. She really wants to be outside where Andy and Will are. But I'm not out there, so she can't be out there. So she's lying in the hall of that blob, that tan blob there.
Sulking.
That's Bazooka.
Sweetie.
Sulking.
Oh,
Sweet baby.
poor thing.
Because she won't, she can't go be outside where it's nice, and I won't pay attention to her because I'm paying attention to something else.
You monster, Della. How could you?
I'm so cruel.
Faintree can have a dog, I feel like.
Faintree would die if he had a dog that sheds as much as Bazooka. Like, Faintree would literally, I think, explode. She is a shepherd husky mix. She sheds incessantly, constantly.
Like a greyhound.
Incredible.
There you have it. Faintree lore. He's allergic to dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Allergies.
Yep, that's a free character fact for you.
And that's a true fact about our world.
And that's a true fact about our world.
Love character facts. Last we left off, young Percy was standing in the dark corridor, which was not the usual silence the estate holds, and Damien was on his way to check in. So thoughtful.
I don't think Percy hears Damien coming. Damien has spent a lot of time not being heard, and is just in a moment's notice behind Percy.
I would like to roll for that, because I'm curious if the house or the birds.
Interesting.
The house and the birds are against me.
It's true.
They think I want to steal from them.
I want you to roll. I don't think courageous. Curious. Let's go with curious.
Love that for me. That's my best stat.
Yay!
Same seas.
That is a 14.
Oh, big on success. Yes, the crows approve of your success, and in fact, they swivel their heads to look at Damien, but Percy is used to walking silently. It's Percy's default mode. So you can kind of pick up softer footfalls. So before they even turn their heads, you have picked up the sound of someone approaching you from behind.
And Percy turns to look at Damien and tries to make out what he can in the dark hallway. And I think in that way it's a little disconcerting as he then says, "Oh, hello, Damien."
Hello, Percy. Just thought I'd come up to check on how you were doing after the weird clock thing. You guys didn't plan that, right? That's not like a, like a flair for the dramatic type thing.
Did you see how upset Faintree was?
I imagine Faintree would have been that upset if he was expecting it or not.
Possibly, but no, I don't know what that was. That was something.
Yes, of course, very something. Are you okay? How are you feeling?
I think the house is unhappy. Which is strange because earlier the house was very happy. The house was excited. But it doesn't feel excited now.
Right. My dad has that effect on people. Maybe.
Oh, I don't think it has anything to do with your dad.
Interesting. Okay. Do you have any idea what that might be?
I'm not sure, but then I'm not entirely sure why my mother wanted us to have a party 11 years after her death.
I will admit that was a very peculiar choice on the Countess's part. Have you checked her study or anything for information? Clues, documents, anything? Any reasoning, rationale, journals?
Well, no, I've kept all of her belongings exactly as she left them.
Per the will or per your own thing?
Was that specified in the will?
She specified certain possessions, not all of them, but particular ones. So if you choose, it was up to Percy if he wanted to choose to maintain everything as she'd left it.
Well, maybe I extrapolated a bit, but there were certain things she didn't want moved, and I didn't want to move anything. It felt more like she might just walk back into the room if everything was as she left it.
Okay, sure. And on the more, you know, you didn't ever wonder? You didn't. 11 years you spent hoping? Or. I don't want to sound insensitive. This was a very curious event, and you can imagine that I am interested in helping you come to a conclusion of it, especially as dark as this hallway is. One might
It
get the wrong
is.
idea.
I wouldn't say that I was hoping, Damien. I always imagined that if my mother was still here, I would have seen her already. Not that I wanted that to happen. They don't look right when they come back. So I don't think I would have wanted that for her. But I
Right.
wanted to honor her wishes.
Do you feel like maybe the house is agreeing with you right now? If it's gone through all this trouble, perhaps it wants you to check or to do something.
And Percy reaches up and just kind of scritches one of the crows on his shoulder and asks it, "Do you think I should go look in my mother's study?"
Preens against your scritches and then just kind of gives a soft little squawk and then just takes off and goes flying down the hall.
Let's follow.
Of course.
The crows know the path. It even in the dark, it's going through the hallways. There's light coming from the main staircase. Some of the candles in the sconces are still lit. Some have gone out. There's some light in the corridor to the west wing where the family's private rooms are, and your mother's is still the very end of the hall in the master suite that you never moved into. And I would imagine the doors are usually kept locked, but does Percy have a key or does he leave that with Faintree? Like a master key. I'm sure Faintree has one, but it's does Percy also have one or does he just ask Faintree to open doors for him?
I think he just asks Faintree to open the doors for him because there are parts of the castle that he is not meant to be in.
Yes, the north wing is very old and unused. So the door is locked, as always, and Percy does not have the key.
Percy, if I do something, can you promise you won't ask me any questions about it?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
The only correct answer. The only
Charming
correct
cousin
answer.
and creepy
Can
cousin.
you
I
at
love
least
it.
promise to keep it to yourself?
I don't know how I can promise anything when I don't know what it is.
Okay, we're family, so I'm just gonna trust you implicitly, right? And Damien will reach into the slip of one of their gloves and pull out two little picks, and is going to attempt to pick the door open.
I would say curious. You can make a
Oh,
curious roll for this.
absolutely smashing.
Yeah, curious. Let's go with that.
That's gonna be a. I'm sorry, math is hard.
It is, no worries.
10 dead on.
Nice. Alrighty. So yeah, it takes a moment. You feel for a moment that the lock wants to open for you, but be it that it's not as used as much as it once was, your pick kind of sticks a little bit, and for a moment it just kind of like locks into place until the crow that had led you down the hallway just kind of hops down on the doorknob and just kind of gives what almost sounds like a chuckle, and then just kind of nudges your pick just so, and then the door clicks open and the crow kind of pushes in there before you can and just hear the wings flap. Kind of a little joke it was having.
Useful things, you birds.
Damien, why do you have lockpicks?
Okay. Now can you promise to keep it to yourself? I'll answer your questions.
I mean, who would I tell?
Teeter.
He's talkative. He has things to say. Um, I don't imagine you've been out and about very much, but you learn certain skills doing certain jobs, let's say, and you get to keep the equipment from those jobs sometimes.
What sort of job requires lockpicks?
Locksmithing, uh, theft, other things. Sometimes people get locked out of their houses, but that falls under locksmithing.
Yes, it does.
Cool, shall we? And Damien will sort of gesture for Percy to enter.
And Percy will kind of hesitate right on the threshold, but then step through into the master bedroom.
The crow on your shoulder, that's still on your shoulder, just kind of like scrunches down next to you and settles in almost comfortingly. And the room is as it had been: the blue wallpaper, the four-poster bed with the canopy, the desk by the far window, the doors to the balcony closed, the curtains drawn, because it is nighttime and no one uses the room. They're usually drawn at this time. The fireplace cold and empty, and the door to her sitting room, or not her sitting room, her dressing room off to the side, and her bathroom, and all of that. It's very familiar, but the absence is what makes it unsettling. It has not been lived in quite a while, and yet there's still that hint of her presence, almost for a moment the faint wisp of the perfume she used, violets, but it's hard to tell. It's clean, though. It's never allowed to be dusty in here. The crow that had flown in before is settled on the mantle by the fireplace under a portrait that has hung there for quite a while of a woman. Percy, how often did you go in your mother's room?
I would say enough to be familiar with it, but that would only have been with permission.
The crow is sitting on the mantle under the portrait of this woman that it's art. People have lots of collections. She has this pale silver hair, and she's wearing a deep indigo dress. It's not like the current fashion. You're not certain what fashion it is. It's close, but it's not quite as refined. It's more relaxed, and she's sitting in a chair by a window that's overlooking a forest. And there's a castle on the hill in the distance, and it almost looks like Ravenheim in the distance, but you're not sure where this window could be. Again, it's art, it's up to interpretation. And you're not sure because it's been a while, but there's a white raven in the painting, perched on the windowsill. You don't think it was there before. Don't think it was. But maybe it was.
Percy is just staring at that painting and walks over and brushes his fingers over the white raven.
The painting doesn't move. It feels warm, which is odd. There's no fire in the hearth, and the room's not freezing, but it hasn't needed heat in quite some time. And the stones around the fireplace are cool to the touch, but the parchment of the painting is warm. And just the painting, nothing around it, holds heat. And the crow just kind of looks up at your hand where it's on the white raven, and then just kind of looks at you. It just seems sad. What's Damien doing? Well, Percy's staring at this painting.
Damien is going through the jewelry boxes.
Of course he is.
And is opening with a gloved hand the jewelry box, pulling a glove off, and then putting anything valuable looking that they can find on their fingers, and then slipping the glove back on. And is
Make a courageous roll for me.
Sure, hold on. Let me remind myself which number I put in that one. That's going to be a 9. How do we feel about a 9?
9? Pretty decent. A 9. So you definitely pocketed some of the baubles, and it seems like it's going well, and then a raven swoops down and lands on the lid and makes it close right on your hand as you're reaching in for something else. And as it does so, another raven swoops in and takes your glove and just flies off with it.
But hey!
Just out the door.
Well,
Damien.
Unfortunate. Yes.
Damien, what are you doing?
Borrowing these rings.
I don't think we have the same definition of borrowing.
That is probably correct. However, I would encourage you to consider that the only thing the Raven took from me was the glove, not any of the jewelry.
I'll consider that.
Okay. Good. What's up with the painting? Touched it for a long time there, bud.
It's warm.
Excuse me?
I don't know how else to describe. Here, feel for yourself.
Damien will slip the rings off, pull out a necklace that they the rings onto that, and then tuck the rings into their vest. And just, the gloves keep them from like jangling around, right? So the necklace is back up in case something like that happens. And we'll sort of step up and put their hand on the painting.
And it is still warm to the touch. And outside the wind picks up again. Sounds wailing, like someone crying on the wind. And it carries down around the building. And Ravenheim's on a hill. It gets a lot of the wind and the weather. And the wind goes around and down through the building. And what is Faintree doing at this moment as the clocks are getting cleaned up?
I think Faintree is actually probably in the sort of the handling some of the back of house stuff, because a bunch of back of house people have just become front of house people. So
Yep.
he's kind of like doing a lot of that front of house, back of house coordination right now, and is possibly taking a breath in the kitchen for just a moment, like taking a breath, taking a sip of a drink, discreetly, and before returning to his duties at the party and ensuring that the guests are all fed and watered.
Fair. It has been
Important to feed and water your guests.
It's important. It's
Yeah.
important.
Gotta be a good host.
Mm.
Well, Faintree's down there. It's not unusual for the crows to pop in and out. They know how to open the latch windows. Been here for a while. And a little unusual in that one kind of hops through the door. Doesn't fly through the door, but it's on the ground and just kind of nudges it open and looks at you and just squawks very loudly.
No, this is a food preparation area. I'm not sure that's hygiene. What do you want, little friend?
Squawks again and stumbles a bit. It looks kind of drunk, actually.
Oh God, come here. He's going to. He'll pick up the bird and like hold it and say, "What have you done to yourself?"
Just and just kind of flaps its wings a bit and then just kicks its legs and it seems to like, and it's like almost like it's not my fault, but it's also like kind of like half-heartedly being like, no, put me down.
He'll get a ask one of the. Would you get me a small dish of water, please?
Oh yeah, of course. And Cook very quickly gets the water and passes it to you.
And he'll sort of go outside with the bird and put the bird down on a little perch and put the little dish of water next to it.
Up to the hallway or the garden off of the kitchen?
To the garden, I think. To the garden off of the kitchen, sort of outside where birds belong in a well-ordered universe. Faintree gripes about the crows, but it's very much like he doesn't dislike them. But and he gives the bird the water, sort of puts it down because it doesn't seem to want to be held, and gives it the little dish of water and sort of sits down. Damnedest thing, all the clocks breaking at the same time.
He grumbles and tries, kind of slurps the water, just slowly, just kind of weaving a little bit, but in a drunken way, not in a aggressive way.
I don't quite know what to make of it.
Crow gives a little kind of squawk and just kind of looks up and blinks and is looking past you over at the northern tower from the old wing of the castle that no one really goes in, just kind of stares at it and just gives a kind of sad, drunken squawk. Little hiccup.
Squark indeed. He will also look up at, sort of follow the bird's gaze up to the tower.
You can see crows circling it, but it's not unusual. Crows circle the Ravenheim all the time. And it's a little hard to see how many are there, what with the clouds and the dark sky. There's no moon or stars to lighten it, but you can hear them. Sounds like there's a good number up there.
I suppose you'd rather be up there, wouldn't you?
It kind of squawks and kind of tilts its head back towards the kitchen door.
Oh, you want to be in the kitchen?
She kind of hops down from its perch once its water's done and just kind of like, still a little drunk, just kind of like does a little crow waddle over to the door and just looks at you like, open it. I have no thumbs.
All right. Now I really must get back to the party. You may have sort of pull a little like thing. Say, this much. Hand the bird some like a bit of food.
And it perks up and it like eats it happily, and then it kind of waddles over to the door it came in from again, and then stops there and then looks over its shoulder at you expectantly.
He'll open the door and then head back.
As you open the door, you feel something thud against the back of it on the floor. If you look, it's weird. There's a dagger on the floor. But the blade it looks like glass or crystal.
What the devil is this?
It's not from the castle. The handle is this filigreed silver. And the crow is just kind of standing there, just kind of like this is what I was trying to get your attention about.
Oh, all right. You're drunk and I don't speak bird.
Just kind of looks a little offended, but is like, I was right.
Fine. Well, what is this? Let me see. I'm gonna take out his handkerchief and pick up the knife and sort of look at it.
It's very fine. If you touch the edge, it's sharp, so it's not ornamental, and it's clean. There's no blood on it, no scratches. Strange, but it's just wherever it was either there or the crow dragged it from someplace. Probably the crow dragged it, considering it's too drunk to fly, and there are a few feathers on the floor leading away down the hallway.
Crow, where did you find this?
It just kind of starts waddling towards the way it came.
It would be a bit faster if you got on my shoulder and we walked and you squawked at me when I meant to turn.
And you just kind of like flaps its way up there, uncoordinated, but it lands and does what you say. It squawks at you and leads you towards the stairs, which is odd. There's no weaponry room upstairs. And as you go upstairs, it has you turn the corner and leads you to, let me see. Let me find where my layout is.
Just for reference, Faintree is holding the knife with his handkerchief wrapped around it by the blade, like
Smart.
pointed down, like
Good
so
to know.
handkerchief wrapped around it, sort of down by his side, not aggressing anyone with this thing.
And it leads you to the second level of the library. Much like the ballroom takes up 2 stories with the open space, the library also takes up 2 floors with bookcases on both floor. And it just kind of points you into the second floor library to the spiral staircase that connects the floors from the inside of the library and just kind of gestures at the step.
The step here?
The top step of the spiral staircase. Obviously, you likely, because you know Raefenheim so well, you took a faster route than the crow did, dragging that around.
Right. So he'll sort of look at this, and now I know, because of thing, I know the manor.
Yes.
Including hidden chambers in the castle. Is there a hidden chamber under this step?
That is a good question.
Yeah, Justin, fucking
I will
grip
say,
it, baby. Slop
yes,
that down,
there is
dude.
an old
Yeah, dude, crack one for the big boy.
Space to store things under there. When was the last time Faintree would have looked into it? Or does he just know it's there and he's never opened it?
He might. I think he probably went through the castle and opened up the and opened everything and looked in everything after 11 years ago, after Duchess Corvina died, but has not since then. Like, there's some places he checks more often because he's like, pretty sure Percy knows about them and is pretty sure Percy's like just trying to make sure that he's not up to anything too scandalous. But yeah, he probably hasn't checked this in 11 years.
Fair. And it seems relatively the same as when you checked it 11 years ago, but now that you're kind of looking a bit harder at things, there's something in the corner right under where it hinges that's easy to miss. It looks like a torn piece of paper. And when you pick it up, it's like a scrap. It's not a full letter or anything, but it says, "My dearest," and then it's torn off. But you recognize the Countess's handwriting. You know her handwriting very well, and that is her handwriting on the letter.
Interesting.
Or what remains of the letter.
Interesting.
And it has some, like, marks on it from a crow's beak.
Bird, could you perhaps summon one of your brothers or sisters to go get Magnus?
And it kind of drunkenly takes off, which is perfect timing. Is Magnus, where have you been during this time? Still socializing?
Well, socializing, yes. Trying to decide if there's a particular type of socializing I'm trying to do. I don't think so. How long does young Master Cartwright intend to be in town? I know he said he was passing through.
Oh, he's planning on being here for several days. He wants to go riding through the forest. It's a good hunting location. The town uses good deer. He wants to kind of try his hand at that. He wants to hear some of the local talk.
Perfect.
Yep. He's not in a hurry to go anywhere. He's got lots of money now. He's in no rush ever.
Great. then I have plenty of time to lock that down. So I will just be doing socializing with other people. I'm still avoiding the priest.
Yeah, he seems to have not made an attempt to approach you. It's clear while he was like the priest in training, because the old father, he is still alive, Father Davison, but he is older and he probably ride up the hill for a party that he wouldn't enjoy. He sent
Yeah,
the
no,
younger
it's not
priest, so
right.
the younger
Right,
priest has heard stories and is not bothering you. Does seem to be looking around a bit, but could be looking for someone to
of
talk
course,
to. Which
of
is,
course.
yeah, little looking disdainfully at the crows, which is made even better timing when a crow flies down and lands on your shoulder with a black glove in its beak. And it just kind of chuckles, as best a crow can chuckle.
Absolutely. And listen, I've heard those crows laugh, and it's wild. Um, Maggie takes the glove, looks it over. Fairly certain I saw a certain individual wearing these just a little while ago. Fascinating. So we're just gonna go ahead and tuck those in a pants pocket.
The crow looks
Save that for a rainy day.
too pleased with itself and just kind of like and just
Absolutely.
ruffles.
They get scritches for that, of course.
And it's preening and then suddenly kind of gets distracted. And if you follow where it's looking, you see the crow you gave the drink to earlier perched on the balcony railing over the ballroom, just kind of like clutching on and weaving a little, and it just kind of goes
Oh my.
squawking down. It just
You've
squawks and
had
is
too
like,
much.
just kind of whines as best a crow can whine. It's a very high pitched
Oh,
sound. And
yep.
it's just kind of like angling its head towards the hall, and the crow on your shoulder just kind of chirps at you and just kind of flies up there and then flies back down to you, kind of indicating they want you. Someone wants you. Come on.
Right. Messenger crows. Does not get old. I'm gonna look at Nathaniel. Nathaniel,
Yes.
do excuse me for just a moment. Your company, I am loath to be part of, to be away from, truly.
You
But
flattered me. He just kind of blushes, and the crow just kind of is eyeing him like, okay.
oh buddy. But not to worry, I will return. In the meantime, go mingle. This is a very good little circle to get yourself in on.
I will enjoy the party as much as I can, though it will be dimmed by your absence. Just gives you a little
That
toast.
just makes my return all the sweeter. And of course, Maggie will smile, turn, and follow the crows out.
And the crows lead you to where Faintree is on the second floor of the library. The drunken crow kind of squawks and announces your presence and then kind of nests in an armchair.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly like, I'm done for the night. I'm going to have a nap.
Right. Faintree?
Magnus.
It must be serious. You called me.
Have you seen you have an eye for things. Have you seen something like this before? And he holds out the knife, sort of just holding it out on the palms of his hands.
Have I?
Yes, you.
It is very unusual. You've not seen one like this. You've maybe in a few museums you've seen some ornamental looking ones, but this one's meant to be used. So
No, I can't say that I have. Certainly not one that's actually functional. I've seen ornamental daggers, and typically those are made of metal. No, is that glass or crystal?
I'm not sure.
May I?
Of course.
Exactly. I'm gonna just sort of blink blink on the blade.
solid. You'd want to say it's, but it does have a slight ring to it. It's solid glass, it seems like. It's not hollow on the inside. So, a lot of craftsmanship went into this dagger.
The drunken crow dragged it over to the kitchens. And then when I asked where he found it, he brought me into this library. Now, do you have any memory of something like this? Or do you think a guest might have brought it in? This is not something that is from the castle.
Not that I'm aware of. Most of these are familiar faces. Except for Cartwright, but he seems... Although I suppose it could be a ruse. I could be getting played. Oh, goodness, I haven't been played in years. Just, like, taking the dagger and just, like, lightly, like, scratching his face. Not enough to, like, dig into the skin. Just, like, taking a couple hairs off. Oh, this is very sharp.
Extremely.
No, I have not seen anything like this. You found it here.
Oh, no,
Recently.
The bird
The bird found it and brought you here.
And brought me here. Yes, it's most tiresome, yes. But...
Well, yes, that's what happens when you get a drunken crow. You really should be more careful and watch out for the birds. They get into everything, even alcohol, apparently.
You got the bird drunk, didn't you?
I most certainly did not. You cannot prove that.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Well... I don't like this. I don't like that the clock's all broke, and I don't like that there's this mysterious glass dagger. This is appalling. This is haunted manor shenanigans, and I don't hold with it.
Well, one, let's just go ahead and start by saying, this is not me. I didn't do it. Why would I wouldn't waste my time. Did you notice the woman on the balcony?
Roll curious for me.
Let's see. What do I got for curious? Okay.
Oh.
2. I think that's a 5, so mixed success.
Mixed success. It's hard to tell. The crows were flying up there, but the shadows went dark. You can't be certain.
On the back, I saw the crows flying about up there, but I'm not sure I saw.
Right, they obfuscated a veiled figure.
Interesting.
Yes, she was looking over the party, and then when the crows flew by, she was gone.
Interesting.
Yes, and just so that we can get this out of the way, I have not yet finished a bottle. So, no, I'm not envisioning anything. This is basically a sober mind.
You are a sneak, and you are cunning. And those are traits that would be most helpful in this moment. Do you think you might be able to ascertain the owner of this item surreptitiously?
I'm most certain that I can, and also, that is the nicest thing that you have ever said to me. Are you going soft, old man?
Not on your life. The exigencies of the moment straightens his lapels. Exigencies of the moment are such that it is to either ask you or to ask your son, or to ask your child, rather, and I am not entirely certain that... I'm not certain what's going on with that child.
Well, neither am I, unfortunately. We've been a bit distant.
Mm.
I'm sure you know. But I'll look into it for you, see what we can suss out.
Excellent. I'll ask about the staff to see if they know anything. But excellent, yes. And Faintree will swoop.
The hallway floorboards creak as you walk across them, and the sound seems to echo weirdly, or seems like it's being repeated as you step. The creaking kind of goes down the hallway and just curves.
I think once Faintree is pretty sure he's out of earshot of Maggie, he's going to sort of put his hand on the wall. And just sort of say, "What's wrong with you?" We're doing what she asked. What's all the fuss?
I will say roll with courteous, and because of your moment with the crow in the garden earlier, I want to call that a brooding moment, so you can add +1 to courteous.
Ooh, okay. Okay, that's a 12 already. I just rolled 2 6s.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
Courteous is my 3 stat, so I can keep rolling, but
I mean, you nailed it. So unless you want to flex,
yeah, let's see what the dice say. Well, okay, it's a 4, but if it were 3 6s in a row, hail Satan
yeah,
and so on and so forth.
yeah. Go for it.
Sign of the
Pretty
devil,
sweet.
sign of the devil city on fire. Yes.
Yeah, so with that fantastic success, Faintree, you're very attuned to the estate. The only one who may be more attuned to you than you is Percy, and that's only because he vibes with the crows all on a much more interesting level, much like his mother did. So the house, you feel the wall under your fingers just kind of, you feel it like creak a little bit. It's an old house, and you feel, it almost feels like a sigh just against your wrist and the back of your neck. And there are several crows perched on the ledge, and they just kind of like lean down, and one of them alights on your arm, and it kind of is looking at you. And sometimes when the crows like want to convey something and they feel like they can trust the person to understand them, it doesn't happen a lot, but this is what's happening now. The crow is looking at you, and it kind of stretches its wings and kind of like rests a wing arm, almost like a human gesture of comfort. Like maybe it's copied it from watching humans so much, but it just kind of rests its wing on your arm and looks at you and is trying to convey, this isn't something you did. This was done before. And it's all ending tonight. And as you kind of like click with that, the crows all kind of in unison just give this loud cry that Magnus can probably hear from the library. And it's just this loud, almost mournful sound that kind of echoes and reverberates, and you can almost feel it humming through the walls. And much like the creaking of the floorboards did echoing out, the mournful cry just kind of echoes throughout the hall and around and away.
And I think when they all do that, because Faintree doesn't have the kind of relationship that Percy has with the crows. I think if that had happened to Percy, Percy would be like, yes, a cry of mourning. I think what happens to Fainter is he goes, "Fuck! Oh God!"
It's a valid response. These crows are not normal.
And he just actually shakes the one off of his arm and is just completely good God.
The crow looks offended, but it does not crap on the floor this time. Probably, out of courtesy. Because they're okay, I guess we scared you, but it was just it wasn't that bad. We didn't mean to scare you. It was kind of the vibe of I'm just communicating.
All right, well.
So Magnus might have heard that the panic scramble.
Good Lord, this place is falling apart.
We'll say when you did scream, there was the distant sound of a door closing on that floor, not terribly far from you. Before that...
Right. Well, that's something I can do a thing about. And he's going to stride toward that door because there's not supposed to be anybody else up here.
True. This is not the party area. I will say several doors are closed, but a grouping of crows has alighted over one in particular door that leads to second floor. Would be one of the would actually be the old trophy room that was Corvina and Magnus's father. He liked to hunt, and neither of them really kept up much with that tradition. So there's some old trophies from hunts, but there's also some old armor. There's some old shields. Not a lot of weaponry really. It's kind of look at some of the fancy things we have here, and it's dark. But the curtains have been opened, and there is someone in the room. They haven't heard you yet because I imagine Faintree does not want to be heard, and the estate listens to him in that regard. And it will mask his footsteps. But there is a figure along the far wall, seems to be looking behind one of the shields that are hanging on the wall.
I think Faintree is actually going to watch first. And will kind of try to sort of fade into shadow slightly. And just watch what this figure does.
It's hard to tell, but roll curious.
Uh-huh. It's a 4, so...
It's hard to tell what they're doing exactly. It is dark. But it looks like they're placing something back there. They don't pocket anything. If anything, it looks like they're reaching behind it and their hand pulls away, but they're not holding anything. So it almost looks like they've placed something back there, but then the crows nearby kind of give the drunken crow in particular, who had followed to see what the commotion was, it gives a hiccup. And in the quiet of the room, it is noticeable by the person, who then immediately turns, and you recognize Bridget, August's mother. And she looks startled, but does she see you if you're leaning in the shadows? If you don't want to be seen, the house will not let her see you.
I think I do. I think he sort of stands, sort of looms. Mistress Greentree.
Faintree. What are you doing up here this time? I thought the clocks were still disordered.
What are you doing here?
It's a private matter.
Fascinating. If you would be so kind.
Of course. And she just kind of straightens her shoulders and walks after where you are gesturing.
And Faintree will sort of shepherd her back to the party. Like, he's not guiding her, he's not walking in front of her, he's definitely walking behind her. Private business, you say? Something of the late Duchess?
Corvina, yes. It was a private matter that I repeatedly attempted to help her with. It has not borne fruit, and I thought, perhaps tonight, for her sake, I would try once more.
What do you mean? Speak plainly.
She's conflicted because she takes her word seriously, being one of the cunning folk and the midwife.
She gets a -1 to not do
She
stuff I want her
does.
to do.
So yeah, I would let you roll with that.
All right.
That would make sense. Curious, I think.
Okay.
I can make
I'm going to use, I think I will actually use scheming here.
Yes.
Because, and I think this is, he has tried for so long to figure out what was it that caused the Countess to die. Like, what was it? He didn't particularly, he liked the Countess fine. They weren't particularly close, so this wasn't like a thing that he dove into with a passion, but he did wonder. So I think he's sort of pushing with this sense of like, maybe none of this had to happen. So I'm taking that +1.
Go for it.
And that is a 9.
Nice. 9. We'll roll for her just because she gets a -1, just to see. Yeah, she got under you. So I will say, given that you got the higher version there, she stands there for a moment with her jaw just clenched very tightly and just having that conflict, but then she just kind of sighs through her teeth and is like, Corvina, the Countess, I know you don't put much towards my ways, Faintree, and what with folk magic and herb work and the like. I know it's an acquired taste, but Corvina thought it might help with a problem she had. She thought, as much as she conveyed to me, I imagine she was holding things back. Very private, that woman. She believed there was a curse that was, in effect, tied to this place. And she wanted me to work my magic, so to speak, to unravel this ill intent that had rooted itself here. And I tried different ways, but whatever it was very particular. And I did not find a way to unravel these threads. It disappointed her every time. It is perhaps my greatest failing in my craft. And I do wonder if the grief of it, whatever distress it caused her, wore away at her heart over the years.
And what were you placing behind the shield?
It's a weaving of rowan branches. It's a protection against ill wills. I thought if I spread it around in different configurations, perhaps on a memorial night for her, something about her energy in this place might affect it differently. But she seemed to think there was a certain amount of time she had to unravel it, which is why this party is so interesting.
It is your belief, or your belief that it was her belief, that this party would somehow be an ending to this curse upon this home, this manor.
I cannot say what her thoughts on the party were. She never conveyed them to me. Just that this is the last day the curse would be in effect. So I don't know if this party was to honor its ending at last, or how it would even still affect her with her being gone and in the earth. That was her belief. And maybe I can't speak to her thoughts. I just wanted to do something for someone I had failed to help in life.
Hmm. Well, I hope you enjoy the rest of the party. Should you desire to place more protection spells around, I invite you to bring one of the servants with you. They will be able to unlock any doors for you.
It was most kind of you. And she'll hesitate a moment, but then she reaches into one of her deep pockets and just pulls out another binding of rowan twigs and hands it to you and says, just in case. If you hold no faith in it, perhaps Percival will.
Oh, Lord. He'll... That boy. I don't know about your child, but Percival's mind sometimes seems so open, I'm afraid his brain will fall out.
A valid concern with certain types, but I think you've provided decent enough instruction for the lad.
Well, thank you. It has been most educational. Enjoy the party.
You as
And
well.
he's going to, I think, swoop away and say, where the devil is Percy?
Speaking of Percy, what are he and Damien doing with the portrait in the room and the jewelry?
Percy, can I try something?
I would like to know what it is before you do it.
I'm going to take the painting down. Not to steal it. But if it's warm, there might be something behind it. You know what I mean?
As long as you're careful, yes.
The most careful person in this house.
I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, fair. Don't tell Faintree I said that. Painting's warm. Damien's gonna just try to lift it off of the wall.
All right, I will let you have that. It's a painting. It's pretty heavy, pretty solid. It's been up there for a while. You can tell by the way the stones are a little lighter underneath compared to the rest of the fireplace, even with the strict cleaning schedule. Yeah, the back is there's the backing, which is the canvas or the parchment, whatever they used to back paintings, and a bottom corner is not sealed like the rest are. like, and it's bent in a way that shows repeated lifting.
Curiouser and curiouser still, Percy. Damien will gingerly peel back the corner as much as they feel is allowed by the painting without. They're trying not to damage it very specifically.
Right. And the crows appreciate it. They kind of, one of them kind of gets its beak in and kind of gently helps pry it away for you since you're taking the care. And you see behind it, kind of yellowed with time, a packet of letters tied tight with an indigo ribbon.
I would like to reach for them.
Maybe we'll offer them up to you.
Yeah. And if you unwind the ribbon and open the letters, you will find these are old love letters exchanged between the Countess and a lady by the name of Vesper. You've never heard that name before. And there's, in the letters from Vesper, there are pressed flower petals and leaves that you would recognize as being from the trees in the forest surrounding the castle and the town. Since you haunt them a lot, Percy. No address on them, just old love letters that suddenly stop. No saying goodbye, no breaking off the affair. There's just one day, there's one last letter from Vesper and then nothing. And no dates, but
Okay.
based on the age, these are a few decades old. Maybe when Magnus was still living at the castle before he got kicked out, even.
I think Percy, in that case, is going to go try to find Magnus.
Valid. Is Damien joining him? Or is Damien still got a little work to finish up first?
I
No,
will
I
say Percy
Damien-
Percy is definitely like starts to walk towards the door and then pauses and looks at you and is like, "You're not staying in here alone."
Then I'd just like to check one more thing.
Is it to steal something?
No, of course not.
Is it to borrow something?
No. I'm just.
What?
Admittedly, I'm a little skeptical that the heat was coming from those letters and not anything else. I'm curious about the wall.
Well, look at the wall.
Damien will investigate the wall.
Sure. Roll with curious.
I love rolling with curious. That's gonna be 12 total.
Big success. Yeah, that's fantastic. So I will say there's no secret compartment there, but in studying that, there's no residual heat on the wall from the painting. But given that Damien, gentleman thief, he's kind of good at reading people, reading emotions, knowing how to move in society to find the best marks, and knowing, his aunt as she was, gets the sense the warmth, it is not natural to be coming from a painting. It doesn't make sense, but with the love letters and the portrait of the woman hung in the fireplace where Corvina could see it first time she woke in the morning and last time she went to bed, perhaps it's not out of the realm of the impossible to think that the warmth is from the emotion attached to the figure in the painting and the recipient of the love letters, and that the ribbon is the same indigo of the dress, that they are one and the same.
Percy, if you will indulge me in a question. I didn't want to think that maybe this house was like a thing that you talk to. I really didn't.
Why?
Houses don't do that normally. For one, I've always thought this house was weird. It's big. Too big, almost, I would say.
It's
But
bigger than you know.
don't, Percy.
Jesus. It's a little haunted guy.
Faintry teach you etiquette or anything?
I mean, he did, but we're family, and that's different.
Fair enough. Do you talk to the house?
Often.
Okay. See, if you told me that 5 minutes ago, I wouldn't have believed you.
I mean, I tried to tell you, but you weren't listening.
Okay. I promise, gentlemen to count, that I will not steal anything else. And, for the record, I wasn't going to steal anything from you anyway. But my mitts are clean.
I'm gonna hold you to that.
Okay, except for the stuff on my neck, okay? That's between us, right? Help a guy out. She wasn't using it. The crows very specifically, I feel like they were like fine with it mostly. They only took the glove.
As long as the crows don't try to take them away from you, I'll trust their judgment. They have good judgment.
I believe that. I do. Actually, I fostered a crow for a while before I started, this. I'll come with you. I'm not going to steal anything else. I'm sorry that that's how you had to find out. Don't tell Faintree, please.
I won't, but let's go find your father.
Is Magnus still on the second floor of the library?
Faintree asked him to do something. So no.
Oh.
I think there's a nest from the old codger. He trusts in his skills. So for whatever it's worth, that's worth, putting in some effort to see what comes of it. So I'm going to talk to the staff first.
Yeah, you go to catch one of the maids kind of hurrying back and forth and just, what are you asking her?
Millie, lovely. Yes. So good to see you.
Yes, you're looking so well.
Oh, stop it. No, you are. Listen, yeah. I'm going to need to use the network, darling. It has been too long.
Oh, yes, never out of practice, I'm sure.
Absolutely. I have something juicy. And he will very carefully produce the knife, not brandishing it at her.
Right.
One of the crows found this and directed Faintree to it.
Is that a real knife?
Seems like.
I've never seen that before in my life.
Right.
So you're looking for who brought it?
Correct. They ended up in the library. So, yeah.
The first floor or the second floor? No one should be on the second floor. I mean, it's a little tricky with the library, but it's a part. No one should be on the second floor. Let me check with some of the staff and see what they've overheard. I will be right back.
Of course, you are my favorite.
She kind of blows you a kiss and then scurries off to go network.
Fantastic. Can I roll courteous for this?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm scheming for being a little Weasley boy.
Yeah.
So I would like to add 1 to that because I can.
Go for it.
All right,
absolutely.
Fantastic. And, Hold on. Let me make sure that I'm doing this right.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, yes. Cool. Yeah, no. 11.
Oh, big success.
Gang. Yeah.
Yeah, so just for the rolls for the getting the information on the knife.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, so it takes maybe like 10 minutes or so, just because she is quick. There's a party though. But
Right.
Millie very quickly comes back. She's a little flushed, but she's looks kind of like excited. She's like, yes, one of the other maids, Violet, she told me that she saw a gentleman that when I described the hilt to her, she thought she saw something similar underneath the edge of his coat. She thought it could have been. She was mistaken. It could have been some ornament or watch or something. I don't know why she thought that. Very silly, that girl. That's why she's one of the lower maids. I digress. Sorry, darling. Anyway,
It's all good.
it's a gentleman. She's described him. He was very handsome. She'd never seen him before. Probably one of the rumor mongers attending the party. He had long night black hair in a braid that was tied back, and he was wearing dark clothes. And he was very solemn. And he doesn't seem to interact with anyone except another young woman who I also didn't recognize at the party. I think they might be related. She also has the same black hair. And she's not in the ballroom, though.
Was he?
He is not in the ballroom either. That's what's very strange. When I checked, Violet went to check with Peter, and Peter got back to Violet that he last saw her heading towards the powder room, which is at the end of the hall. But no one's in there right now. It is near the staircase. She might be on the second floor somewhere, in which case perhaps the stranger is also her brother, maybe, friend, whoever he is up there with her, which no one should be up there. That's not for the guests. I can go have one of the valets or the stablemen see what's going on up there, and while I alert Faintree that we might have people wandering around on the second floor.
You worry about alerting Faintree. I'm going to go and investigate.
Of course, where did you last see Faintree?
Oh, he was leaving the library. There was loud cawing, and he said, fuck, very loudly.
He did? Oh no, and I missed it. Oh.
He did.
Thank you for telling me. Oh, what an early Christmas gift. I will go find him.
Do you know he asked me to do this?
He did?
He's utilizing my skills. I'm telling you.
It's never too late for growth.
Oh, he said not on his life, but I think he's going soft.
For him, he could use it. And she just very scurries off to find Faintree.
Absolutely.
Hey, Steph.
Yeah.
Could I do something a little bit against the book, but that I think could be interesting?
Throw it at me. What is it?
You said that it's possible these two mysterious figures are having a conversation, a rendezvous together. Can I use my move Appear?
Oh, your little creepy
conversation
guy move?
Up. Yep.
Yeah, you can definitely use Appear. Yeah, when a scene is happening without you, you may choose to have been present for long enough to have heard most of the conversation. So at some point while Damien was off to find Magnus, you just kind of...
I just took some passages that I know of. And
you just quietly slipped away and he doesn't know you're not following him anymore?
Yep,
following them
Damien
anymore?
does
of
not
course.
know. And I don't think it was, because of course I can't know this is happening. I think the house just kind of guided me towards that direction.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think you felt sort of humming in the house through the walls, which is not unusual for you. You're very attuned to the house. But you followed the sound. And where did it lead you? The house. Yep, on the second floor, it actually led you to the small tower aviary, which you would know, being familiar with the crows as you are, is the crow's habitat. Now, they're all over the castle. They go wherever they want. But when they want to like rest and like do their thing, this is their dedicated like tower space. It's not the tallest tower, but it is the crow tower, the aviary. It's got different No cages. It has different areas for nests to be, lots of like shelving and ledges, and the floors kind of spiral. The floors are open in the center, and there are windows up at the top the crows can get in and out of. It's closed off from the house to keep the cold out. And you go in there, and you don't see anyone at first, but several crows there just kind of got point your way towards a figure. As you approach, it's a female figure with long black hair, and she is in a pale green dress, and she doesn't seem to see you right away. She is kneeling on the floor, and as you get closer, you can just hear what sounds like sobbing.
And Percy walks towards her, moving very quietly.
And Percy, you greeted everyone with Faintree that entered the estate, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You recognize this person as someone you've never seen before until tonight. She was introduced as Elizabeth Walton.
And Percy just walks towards her very quietly, not intentionally. He doesn't mean to sneak up on her, but I think he does.
Just accidental creeping.
And just breaks the silence by asking, "Are you in mourning?"
What a way to break the silence! Oh my god! Jesus Christ! That combined with your sudden voice, she just kind of chokes and on a gasp and a sob, because who the fuck appears out of anywhere and asks that? She thinks she's being haunted. She just kind of like swivels around and immediately like kind of like throws herself back in like a crouch and is just like staring at you and just kind of blinks, and she's like, Countess, no, I'm so sorry. I just needed a private moment. Forgive me. This must be off limits. I got turned around. I'll be out of your way.
A private moment to mourn?
Yes.
To mourn my mother or someone else?
Doesn't really matter, does it? I will not intrude. She kind of stands up and just brushes off her dress and just kind of very quickly wipes her face, and it's just like, I apologize. I will be out of your way.
That is a lot of emotion coming from someone who I've never seen before tonight.
You wouldn't understand. It's a family matter. And you have enough of your own family matters tonight.
Well, the crows have told me that I am a good listener.
Roll with courteous.
That is a 7.
Okay, that's a mixed success. So she is very guarded. And she gets a kind of defensiveness to her, and is like, it is good that the crows trust you as much, but it is not your burden to shoulder, Count. It is mine, and it is mine alone to solve and figure out and cope with as best I can, and you would not be in a position to assist me or understand. And you are grieving your mother. Her voice does noticeably catch on the Countess's, in reference to the Countess, and she kind of swallows it back. She's like, Should not concern yourself with a stranger.
A stranger who came here to the celebration 11 years after. Are you the one that is making the house upset?
I don't think that's me, though I'm certainly not helping it.
Well, I would like you to be able to help the house. And I would like to help the house.
How do you think I could help with that?
Maybe by telling me what burden you're carrying.
She's very clearly, there's like pride holding her back and the nature of it, but she just kind of like seems to be at her last thread with whatever is going on, and she just kind of slumps. It's like, my brother is caught in certain machinations, and I've not found a way to free him from them. And I fear the cost of it on him and others.
And I'm just gonna put on the table, Magnus, you were en route yourself. Is this a moment where you maybe step in and join us?
With Damien, did they collide together? And Faintree was looking for Percy also?
Yep.
Are we all colliding in the
Are we
aviary?
all colliding in the aviary?
I think
Do
so.
it.
Let's do
Reunion
it.
is reunion.
Fuck it, we ball.
Yeah.
Okay, we ball.
We balling at the ball.
Yes.
Okay, so could we do the last line one more time?
Oh god, what was the last line? Come on, brain.
You were saying that she was saying that her brother was tied up in these
Yes.
machinations.
She said, my brother is ensnared, and said, I fear the cost it will have on him tonight.
What sort of machinations might these be?
She takes a large step back on seeing the figures entering the doorway, and she immediately is looking around for an exit, but she's not making a move towards it.
Listen, you've brought shenanigans and tomfoolery here. So, let's have a chat. Figure out why that is, perhaps.
She looks
Also,
affronted.
I wouldn't run. They don't like it when you run.
She kind of glances over, and the crows have... There's a lot more crows. Somehow you didn't hear them. That's not unusual, though. They are now, like, lining the railings. Every crow is silent, which is a little weird, a little creepy, and it's just locked in on what is going on right now.
Oh, and it's not just the crows. There are other things that don't like it when you run either.
Oh, the figure on the ceiling?
You've seen them.
Yes.
Hold this. You're being more spooky than usual. Hands the Rowan thing to Percy.
Oh.
So, where's your brother?
He's going to I believe it's the old Northern Tower.
Oh,
Of course
no,
he is.
no,
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Because why wouldn't he?
I'm not
It's
allowed to go
abandoned for a
there.
reason. Good.
Well, no time like the present. Would you all please follow me?
You can't hurt him.
I don't need to hurt him.
Honestly, we're probably going to save him. You're welcome.
Yeah, we don't go up there.
I may save him.
You know what? Fair. It's a toss-up, really.
Entry's call. I mean,
What do you? And she's walking and talking, as I assume everyone is doing.
Oh, and
it's
Faintry is fully just go like looking at her, and like it will pause, just be like, fine, and is like going through secret passages along the way through here that neither of the two of you have ever known existed.
She is surprised by this, but she is not arguing with you.
And it all the way up to the North Tower.
Several crows are very excitedly going through this as well. They don't get a chance to get in those secret passages because they're so solidly shut. They are flying overhead and ahead of you.
Is the drunk crow still there?
Oh yeah, it's keeping pace with you, not because of trying to, but because it's still recovering from that drink.
Yeah.
But it is there, and it is sloppily flying. And she's just keeping pace. She's like, do you even understand what's happening?
Nope.
You haven't told us. How could we?
You should explain rapidly.
My brother he's been trapped in a curse that ends tonight.
It ends tonight. And what is the manner of this curse's cessation?
He's to kill a white raven.
Nope.
No, that is not happening.
Nope.
Get the feeling that painting's not going to be very warm for very long if we don't hurry.
Painting.
I think that white raven might be my mother.
What?
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
Cool. No,
Would you... Faintry
You
is
said
going
that
to...
like that was a completely normal statement.
Faintry is going to pop his head straight up out of a painting in a completely different room. Like, you're going through like these interior walls, pushes aside a wall, sticks his head out into a room, and says to a servant, "Would you kindly send Miss Greentree up to the North Tower? Thank you very much." Shuts it.
Shrieks, and then just you hear scrambling.
God, it's like in a haunted house when they have the drop windows, but it's just Faintry popping through them.
He could have been doing this the whole time.
So there were two servants there, and one of them fainted. It was definitely Violet, and that the other one is already following the orders. Someone has to faint. It's a Gothic story. Someone's got to faint.
But was it the full thing?
She did the
able to witness the full...
Yep, you had time to witness the full shriek. It was very smooth and thudding to the floor.
Now it's a party.
That's party.
Right. Okay, now, question for you, dear heart. I didn't catch your name. Lovely one with the raven hair.
It's Athene. My name is Athene.
Athene. Wonderful. And your brother's name?
Lorne. We're not.
Did he need this? And he didn't. We just hold up the deck. Did he need this?
Yes, I tried to take that from him and get rid of it.
Well, you did. So you were just going to leave him in the North Tower to, I don't know, not complete the thing?
Don't pretend like you know what's up there.
No
one knows what's up there, but nothing good.
The door.
It's the North Tower.
He's going to get pecked to death by ravens. That's what is going to happen. That's what is going to happen.
The door. I couldn't get out. I assumed you opened it with a key. And Percy, you would know the house likely was keeping her in that room. Like, once her brother stuck her in there, it wasn't letting her leave.
The house wanted you where it wanted you.
It was very...
It's kind of weird that the house is listening to her brother, though, right?
Or it wanted to stash her somewhere where we would find her.
Based on the cawing of the crows, Percy, and Faintry probably also, that's likely the case.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it probably coincided with the realization and all the pieces starting to come together. But she is very much, like, keeping pace, and it's just like, look, this is very... I know this is very strange to you, but there's lots of stories of the forest and certain folk who live in the forest or under the forest that I'm sure growing up you might have heard stories of. We're from there. And my brother was ensnared in a trap years ago and forced to place a curse on someone that ends tonight.
Your brother placed the curse on the mistress, the late mistress of this manor.
He didn't have a choice.
And who was it who forced him to do so?
He didn't know the person's name. It was a man. It was a curse on another one of our kind. Her name was Vesper.
Vesper.
Oh, it's probably a good time to bring these out. Things usually start to make sense.
Are those
Letters.
correspondences?
Do I remember Vesper?
I think Magnus probably want to say yes. You thought she was likely a farm girl or a traveling girl because your sister always met her in the woods. And you have more standards. You have more defining standards. So you weren't terribly interested, I would imagine, in a kind of girl who lives hunting in the forest and going off places. And your sister would occasionally mention her, but
Hashtag
then
Carhartt throb.
yeah, heartthrob. She would occasionally mention Vesper until one day she stopped and just said Vesper had to leave. And then she seemed to get more. She was a very private person from the start and kind of shy, but she seemed even more closed off after that.
No, wait. You said Vesper, the farm girl.
She's not a farm girl. She was a hunter.
Oh, thus all of the trips into the woods.
Yes.
Interesting. Well, this is certainly illuminating. And you're just one of her kin, I suppose?
One of her kin, yes. One of her folk. And the curse was she was turned into a white raven and could not, for a certain period of time, unless at the end of that time period, Corvina waited for her. That would break the curse, but if she wasn't there, my brother would have to kill her. Vesper. It is a binding curse. He has no choice in the matter. He is but a puppet with his strings being pulled.
Oh. So, okay, the White Raven is not my mother, but my mother loved the White Raven.
Yes.
Okay.
Who made him place that curse? And
Some
do we need to
man.
be worried about him tonight?
Yes, would he be here to enact this?
Yes, Lorne said he was here.
All right, well, we should be near to the tower now.
You do.
What does he look like?
He's tall. He's very finely dressed. He has a close cropped beard, and his hair is his salt and pepper. He has a very rich voice. I believe several of you were talking to him tonight.
Lord Julian?
If that is who matches that description.
Is it?
The crows scream in unison, which seems to be confirmation that it is indeed Lord Julian who matches that description.
Okay, and have we run into him before? Like, have I run into him before?
Oh yeah, he was an old family friend. Like, both of your fathers were close. He was over quite a lot. Even after he grew up, he would still make visits. Percy and Damien would know him as well. He would bring gifts sometimes. Always very friendly.
I think I lifted something from his estate.
Probably.
I hope it was something he missed.
I don't approve in general, but I approve in this instance. Crows, you may shit on him.
That's not, I feel like that's a good sentiment, Faintree, but I feel like maybe more drastic action should be taken.
I have an idea. Faintree, could I feed him to the man that is no longer a man and has too many teeth?
Percy, what the fuck?
Excuse me?
Percy, have you told Faintree about this before?
You told him about the ghosts you see in the castle?
No.
Percy, sharing is caring, Percy.
What?
Percy, what are you talking about? Also, no.
How does someone
First,
consent to be
no.
called
But why
that?
not?
I'm gonna start with.
He has claws made out of shadow. I mean, that's better than the one with the 2 long limbs. That's the one that's on the ceiling.
I'm taking you out after this.
I have so many questions.
Have you been selling this child drugs?
I want none of the answers to. Excuse me.
Oh no, he doesn't peddle drugs. He just drinks his day away and lies.
Excuse me. I also go to parties. Thank you.
All right. I will understand. I will say you have no need to sell drugs. Have you been providing this child drugs?
Absolutely not.
Faintree, you've known this kid for 22 years and you didn't notice that he's just like that?
Of course I've known he's like that. Of course I've known he's like that. It's the first I've heard of feeding men to men with too many teeth.
Well, I've never done that before. This would be a first time.
Not a man, actually.
A man that's not a man. You know what? When you're right, you're right. Though I hate and loathe to admit it.
And can we be clear? I don't just drink my day away. I have a very full social calendar. Things that I am taking care of. And that's not really the point right now. I'm sorry. Not to make it about me. We have some poor soul to save who's got a curse. I guess we have to let him kill the bird, right?
Do I have to let him? I don't think so. I don't think we have to let him kill. I want to see what we see, of course, and of course I want to. But I don't think we should have to watch this poor wretch be forced to kill anything, much less a creature that may have once been a woman that the late mistress loved.
But if she doesn't stay, if he doesn't... Hold on. If Corvina's not here when the time is up, then she's just a bird now.
Well, Percy is Corvina's next of kin, and if stories are to be believed, that might be good enough.
Is it good enough? I don't know. Well, I have to find. That's why I had that witch woman, that witch. We sent her up to the tower. We should beat her there. We should. I don't know. She's a witch. Maybe she fucking flies.
I'll say you do hear the screaming of crows growing louder as you get closer to the tower, and knowing the layout, you know the top part is an old. There's a new observatory built in the main building, but this is the top of the northern tower is the old observatory. It used to be some sort of watch type tower that was an observatory and then was abandoned as the structure was just too old and not as nice as the rest of the house anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you going?
I will say it takes a few moments for the door to unstick just because no one goes in the northern tower much, but you do give it a sharp shove.
I like to imagine that Faintree bumps it with his shoulder, and Magnus bumps it with his shoulder, and then Percy just sort of gently pushes, just waltzes right through, and we're just like, what the hell?
He's been doing this all night.
He's been doing this all night.
A spooky boy. We'll say the tower room, as you go, the doorway opens up and you rush up the stairs to the top of the tower.
Mm-hmm.
It is dusty up here. It's disused. It's old. There's the room itself. There's some books scattered around on an old table. It looks like These were things Corvina used when she would come up here. And it's been probably not since she died. And in the center of the room is the gentleman, Lorne, which Percy, if you remember, you had brushed past him earlier at the party, just with the long black hair in a braid and dressed in black. And you see he has a knife that matches the one the crow had found earlier. And he is standing there. And when he sees you, he turns and just looks. He does not move to attack. He has the knife in his hand, and his eyes are darting around, just assessing each one, and just says, Athene, what have you done? She's just like, you locked me in a room and they found me. What did you expect?
They brought 2 of them. Well,
I mean, I suppose that was smart. Always
fancy
good to have a
knives.
spare. Mm-hmm.
What are you hoping to accomplish tonight? Are you here to kill me?
Why would we do that?
We're here to prevent a tragedy.
How do you intend to stop my hand from swinging against my will?
Oh, well, that I assume we would
that part's
Yeah,
easy.
that part's easy. We're going to knock you out and tie you to a chair or something of the sort.
Okay,
So
wait, hey, hold on. Who taught you how to do this?
Do
This
what? Knock someone
negotiation.
out?
This man is okay.
Oh, I'm just saying, he asked.
You can't threaten someone who has a knife.
I'm
We're
not
not
threatening.
threatening.
I'm not threatening.
Okay,
I'm
all right,
simply
hey,
saying. He
game
said, "How
plan.
do you intend?" Anyway, I don't have to justify my peaceable intentions to you, person who wandered into a branch of my house. I'm sorry, my ward's house, and
It's both of our house.
I appreciate you saying so, Master Percy, who wandered into this house and is brandishing a knife at several of its residents. I don't find that to be appropriate at all.
And is going to kill my mother's lover?
There's that also.
I assure you, if I had control of myself and were sane in the matter, I would not be here at all.
Well, okay,
I
here,
mean,
listen.
You could give us the knife.
Mm.
He motions to hand it to you, but his fingers just will not unclench from the blade.
Oh, it's already started. Interesting.
This
Damien, you were saying.
kid, this kid is the next of kin to Corvina. We thought maybe that's good enough for the curse, right? She just has to be waiting, and then the curse is gone, you're safe, and you don't have to stab anybody.
I've just had a horrible, suspicious, evil thought.
Is that different
I'm
from
listening.
earlier or any time tonight?
Yes, quite actually. Did that individual who placed this curse upon you conspire to ensure that the mistress was not here? Did he, in fact, murder Duchess Corvina?
If he did,
would
I'm
be close.
feeding him to the man who is not a man.
If he did, you may feed him to the man who is not a man.
Why do you keep calling him a man? Just say he's the thing with too many teeth, right?
I don't like it. I don't like it.
I mean, honestly, just call him Toothy and call it a day.
I'm sorry, Percy. I shouldn't be critiquing your whole thing here. It's a good ghost.
I kind of feel like it's warranted.
And
is one of your ghosts perhaps your mother? That'll make things.
No. I was telling Damien earlier that I wished one of them had been, but they all seem different and dark and twisted, and I don't want that for my mother. But I don't know, maybe she could appear here at the last moment. I don't ask to see the ghosts, they just terrify me most of the time.
Okay.
Oh.
And you've never told. We'll deal with this later. We'll talk about that later.
Athene, a question. a query,
Yes?
if you will. Were you the one with the veil up on the balcony, being creepy and strange?
No, that was not me. I was in the ballroom.
Good to know. So, Percy, did you see the individual up?
I did.
Interesting. And no other veiled women in black that we've seen, correct?
Correct. No one. Once it was made clear this was not a funerary party and people could wear what they wanted, as noted in the invitations and word of mouth, no one donned head to toe black with a black veil like that.
I mean, except for me, except not the black veil.
Yes, not the black veil. But yes, Percy, you are always in black.
I'm in a tux, like always.
Percy, do you think you could try to ask Raefenheim to see your mother?
Yes. Yes, I think I could. And he's just going to kneel down and put his hands against the floor and say, if that was my mother earlier, and even if it wasn't, if there is any way that her spirit is still here, because I felt her, I smelled her perfume. And it's not just a memory of someone who's gone. This is a place that is haunted. And I don't want it to be haunted by someone who I love, but if this could prevent a tragedy, please just let her be here for this moment.
What do you feel would be the appropriate role for this?
I'm going to make an argument for courageous. Because, as Percy has said, the ghosts that he sees are horrifying figures, and even that one image was fairly horrifying, though not as horrifying as other spirits he's seen.
Like a
But
man
he
without a
is,
man.
yeah, he's opening himself up to the possibility that he will be seeing his mother not as he would ever want to see her.
Okay, roll courageous.
That is an 8.
Mixed success. Okay. So, as you do so, there's a hush as the ravens in unison fall silent. And Athene is watching with deep interest. And Percy, you place your hands on the floor and you feel the creaks and the groans and the rhythms of Ravenheim, this very familiar home. You can feel the way the wind hugs the stones and the way the sun warms it in the daytime and the dark that cools it at night. And you could feel the heartbeat of the house in the wood and the stones and the plaster. And it is a vast estate. You can feel something reaching out to you through it. Something very familiar. It's trying to reach you. You could smell violets in the room. Something has heard your request and is trying to reach for your hands.
And I think recognizing that, Percy doesn't turn away or move, but says, Magnus, I think this is something we all need to do. Ask Ravenheim to bring your sister to us, and Damien, I know you've been estranged, but the house obviously cares enough about you to allow you to do what you did earlier. Maybe this is why. Maybe they want your help and Faintry. I mean, you have been the steward of Ravenheim for so long. Help me get her back.
All right, house. Please do the thing. I'm speaking to a building. Bring my aunt back.
You feel courageous for this one, or courteous, or curious?
I'd like to wager curious, because I don't know if Damien's fully sold on it yet.
I feel like that's very fitting for Damien.
That's going to be a 10 dead on.
Oh,
Nice.
very nice. And yes, similarly, it takes a few moments because there is some hesitation and you haven't been here in so long, but this was your home once, and there were good memories here somewhere. It was in the past, but returning hasn't been entirely awful tonight. You did get some jewelry out of it, and you've been getting to know your cousin, and you've been sparring with your father and holding your own and familiarizing yourself. And in turn, the estate has been familiarizing itself, like relearning each other's steps. And you feel that familiar sensation reaching for you too, and it's getting stronger. And it is reaching. And Athene has latched herself on her brother's arm that's holding the knife, and she is just looking at the windows of the tower and just watching and holding as tight as she can.
I think Maggie starts off very sort of blasé, like, all right, fine, I'll help. But he goes around the tower, touching the walls lightly, and there's that bit of nostalgia, that connection, because he was here before it was, shut to the rest. And he actually begins to ask genuinely, Corina, I know you're here. In everything, you put blood, sweat, and tears into this place. You gave it life. And so I know even in death, you're still here. We need you. I need you. There are some things I'd like to say to you face to face.
What do you feel the role would be?
Courteous. I'm being real nice about it. I'm
You
asking,
are being very nice.
pretty please. That's an 11.
Yes!
Damn. Nice.
It has been a while, a long time since you've been here, but the nostalgia, sometimes that can be incredibly powerful. And it is now as you touch your hands to the stones and you feel the warmth and the memories of growing up and the shenanigans you got up to, or you convinced your sister to get into and get out of her shell, or the time she managed to get you to agree to a quieter activity, and the ways you found to get along with each other for as different as you were. And the connection is near instantaneous. You feel like her fingers are brushing yours. You feel that familiar warmth from your childhood and a sense of I've missed you too.
Nice.
Faintree.
Faintree sort of stoops down and gently just touches the floor. I think like sweeps his finger and looks at the dust.
Of course.
House, you have my blood and my bones. Let her come back. For this moment. Let her come back. And I think, I'm not sure if it's curious or courteous, but he's kind of I think it is courteous, because he's kind of basically saying, like, because he's loyal to the house,
Yes.
not to Corvina. Like, he liked Corvina, she was the mistress of the house, but he's loyal to the house.
Yeah, 100%. I think that fits perfectly for Faintree. Make that roll.
All right. It's a 9.
Hey, mixed success is still a success.
All
so
right.
you reach in and you feel all of your imprint on this house. You feel that moment you climbed the oak tree when you were here way back in your youth, and how grand the estate was from that view, and how it seemed like a whole world was welcoming you, and it did welcome you. For as much as Faintree is always rigid and reserved, the house recognizes that deep care that is not obvious on the surface. And it takes a moment as it finds your grip, but then it reaches and links hands, and you feel that sensation of the house pushing forth this energy that you recognize as the Countess, at the same time that a blot of white appears in the night sky, coming right for the tower, and Athene is dragging Lorne back. He is almost like a statue. His eyes are full of fear, but also this moment of, please let this work. Please don't let me kill one of my kin. And Athene is like digging in and being like as much of a dead weight as she can against her brother. And you all joined in your own ways to each other and Raefenheim. As the crows all start cawing, you pull your hands back as one, and in the space they leave, you can see this shadow kind of swell and curve up. And Percy, for a moment, you think, oh no, is it the mist? But then you're like, no, of course it's not the mist. The mist never feels so comforting. And the shadow takes shape and curls and forms a figure in a black veil and a black dress. And before she even parts the veil, you know this is Corvina again, slightly transparent, but present, because you called and you asked Ravenheim to bring her back. And she looks at each of you with amount of surprise, pride, and almost relief as the white raven crashes through the window, lands on the floor, and comes sliding to a stop in a heap right near your circle. And Lorne is locked in place as the white feathers fall and swirl into their own mist that shifts and grows greater until there is just a woman kneeling on the floor in an indigo dress. And she is looking around, disoriented and confused, but she instinctively raises a hand towards your group and towards Corvina. And Corvina reaches out and does the same. And just as their fingertips brush, Lorne collapses to the floor and his hand finally releases the dagger. And the house groans, and you can almost feel it as it gives this relieved exhale. And that tightness and that holding of the breath sensation that you'd felt earlier, Percy, is gone. It is dissipated. There is just this relief that this pain and fear has been unknotted. And the two of them, Corvina and Vesper, are just looking at each other. And Corvina says, I waited. And Vesper says, I know. I'm glad you liked the crows I sent you. And Corvina looks at each member of her family, just grateful.
I think Magnus is going to try and reach out. She's a ghost, but he's going to try.
She reaches back. She's not completely solid, but you do feel her. More her energy, but it's her. And she just kind of rests her hand against yours and says, It's been a very long time, Maggie.
I know. And I'm sorry. All those years.
I'm sorry too.
You did the right thing. And thank you for looking after my boy as long as you did.
Of course, it's
my child.
Of course I would do that. It's not something you need to thank me for. I was glad.
Of course it is.
I wish I had met with you much sooner than this. I'm sorry I was so stubborn.
We both were. I could have come back, but it was too much. But I hope you find rest now. You deserve it.
And you deserve your happiness, and I hope you find that again too. Little brother. She looks at Damien and says, You grew up very well.
Yes, well, I had a lot of help along the way.
I am sorry I was not as warm as you needed me to be.
I don't blame you. Percy's a handful. And I get by fine. with my own warmth, so don't sweat it too much.
You are always welcome here, Damien, if you ever need a place to return. For however long you feel you need. You are not alone out there.
Now I feel bad I took all that jewelry.
You didn't
I'm
take
sorry.
my...
What?
Not now, Faintree.
Faintree will remember this. Corvina just kind of gives a little bit of a rueful smile. No, those weren't my favorite, and they were just gathering dust. You are welcome to the ones I did not stipulate in my will that no one else has a strong sentimental attachment to.
Okay. I will look to the crows before I touch anything else.
You are very talented, Damien. I hope it continues to serve you well.
We'll see. It seems like I need to take another visit to that guy's estate again, given that he's the cause of all this.
True, but you'll probably need both gloves.
That's where it went. Dastardly crows.
Corvina looks at Faintree. Says, "What would Raefenheim be without you?"
As it always is. I'm sure it would have survived.
It would have, but it would have been missing something essential, I think.
Did Lord Julian poison you?
No, he did not. I think it was just one of those things where your heart just gives out after a while. And maybe it would if I didn't keep so much sadness locked away and so much stress. If I try not to do everything, keep everything to myself. But who is to say? He did not poison me. He, as I know now from the crows, wanted to eliminate the competition. That it would not serve him to have me dead. I did not know it was him that did this until I returned just now. You may deal with him however you wish. I trust your judgment, Faintree.
Of course, ma'am.
Thank you for what you've done tonight and every day you've been here.
Of course, ma'am.
And she kind of leans in a bit and says, she likes to read sheet music too.
Of course, ma'am.
Corvina turns to Percy and says, "You've gotten so tall."
Faintree always says, I'd be taller if I stood up straight.
Faintree is right about most things. You've taken care of the crows very well, Percy.
Of course, they were yours, and they grieved when you were gone, and no one else paid attention to their grief. So I did.
That was kind of you. They trust you too, Percy. And I am sorry for my distance. It was nothing you did. And I'm sorry for ever giving you a thought like that.
I just kept hoping that I would find a home. I found my way here, and you were gracious enough to take me in. But there was so much that I was kept separate from, and then you died. And I had to stay here for these 11 years. And it has felt like a home, but not the home I always hoped for. Which isn't to say that anyone did anything wrong. I could not have asked for anyone kinder than you or more supportive than Faintree has been. He might rule this house with an iron fist, but he has always wanted me to succeed.
He's a good man like that, and I could have done without being so cautious with you and opened more doors for you, but you have that now, Percy. You are Count of the castle, but Raefenheim will be here. You can explore, you can travel, you can see what parts of the world you would like to see and still come home, and the crows will welcome you back. Ravenheim will also welcome you back. And I am very proud of you and the courage you could find. And I couldn't ask for a better son.
I could not have asked for a better mother.
Thank you for letting me have that.
And I could not have asked for a better father. And I look at Faintree as I say that.
Adri on the spot.
Of course. So.
Rowena just kind of smothers a chuckle and steps back and looks at Vesper. Vesper looks up at her, and Rowena is a bit wispy around the edges, but they step away from the circle towards one of the windows. And whatever they say, you can't overhear. It's just between them. And you're not sure how long they talk for. Doesn't feel like a long time, but it doesn't feel like a short time, and the house is not keen to let you know either way, but eventually they lean in and they kiss. And then Corvina fades away as surely as the clouds part to show the stars above the sky.
Well,
And it is late if we would like to epilogue what each character does.
I think this has been something, but now we must make a decision. Is Lord Julian leaving the manor tonight?
I would rather that he didn't.
No, I don't think he is.
Wonderful.
We'll say if you go down the tower steps.
We don't have to do the full thing. I just
Okay,
wanted to
we'll
end. I
say
just wanted
the
to end
I
on.
love that.
to narrate, to sum it up, the Greenwoods had been on their way and had encountered Lord Julian and had gotten into a bit of a scuffle, but August had locked him in a room, which was perfect for you guys to feed him to the man who is not a man with lots of teeth.
Yes.
The crows were more than happy to
The crows
assist.
could also, yes, I was going to say the crows, I promised them a special treat at the beginning of the night.
You know,
and
you
now
sure
I am
did.
delivering.
Holy shit!
You sure did.
Oh my
JD playing
God.
4D chess.
Wow,
This
Percy!
is the worst thing I've ever seen. This is
Damien,
that's terrifying.
Damien had a journey tonight. Damien learned so
had a
many things, and some of them were against his will, but you know what?
Right.
Almost all of them.
Some of it was non-consensual education. It'd be like that sometimes.
It'd be like that sometimes.
It's like me with long Furbies.
Oh, Jesus.
Long Furby.
There's if you ever go to the Bedlam's place, they have a dissected Furby on like the back of Bedlam's desk, and it's upsetting.
No, he has shown it. I swear he has brought that on camera.
It's upsetting.
Mm.
And
Would you like to know?
Cool.
Would you like to know about the scurvy?
What?
Absolutely not.
are we about to have some more?
Would I like to know about the
We
what?
We played a Gothic horror romance. Let's end it with another haunting. What's a scurvy?
Yeah, sure. Scurvy. It's a skin Furby.
What?
It is. It is one made out of silicone. It looks and acts like skin.
Skin?
Yeah, it's like how they have like the test limbs for people to do like tattoos on.
Yes.
Yeah,
I don't like
my
where
friend
the
made
sentence
that.
is going.
My friend made that,
practice
and
Furby.
it looks like a Furby. It's domed at the bottom, so you can go like a suction cup against flat surfaces.
I see that fact alone shifted it from this is a cosmic horror that needs to be stopped to I kind of want one. Actually, I kind of want several because I want to stick them to cars with Trump stickers on them.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, yes, that is respectable.
If you
Wanna
support
fuck
Trump,
it
you
up.
get
Because
scurvy.
listen,
Scurvied.
that little suction, it do work. It do the work. I promise you. Yeah. My friend, he makes dicks.
Yeah.
He makes
A custom.
dildos.
Yeah, I feel like I could have guessed that.
Yeah, a small batch custom dildo smith.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's
We
not
appreciate
where
the
I
hustle.
expected us going.
Me neither. This is great. What new nightmares we'll have.
All right, so I love you all. I also know we are like an hour
Yes.
past our
Yes.
time. I think rather than having us go through outros, if everyone is okay with that, we are just going to wrap. And if you have anything
Wrap
in the
on
next
scurvy.
3
Yep.
days, throw it out there real quick. And otherwise, we are going to call it a night because this has been a time that we have shared with you, and we are glad you got to experience the horrors. So I am going to see. There's actually a lot of people I can raid. I'm going to stick around and raid someone. So if you're able to stick around, stay on for a little bit longer. We'll do that. Be nice to them. Say hello. I think we're going to do High Shelf Collective. And otherwise, I believe LFTA will be back next Tuesday for Cold Iron. So that is when we should be returning, and we will have a packed schedule next week. A lot is happening. So keep an eye on the Twitter, keep an eye on social media, and we will be back. And I hope you all have an amazing and less horrifying night than the one we're ending with you on. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
I enjoyed Scurvy. It was fine. Good night.